Hi, Myst. It's so good to see you, folks. Oh my goodness, folks, you have no idea. You have no idea. Oh my goodness, it is happening. Look, I didn't plan. Okay, let's dial it back a second. Let's rewind. I'm so excited. I'm speechless. Thank you for the cheers, Lip. Thank you. Myst me up. Thank you, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. This is, we're gonna play Myst Online. Ooh, live. Okay? It is my all-time favorite game. Oh my god, my child is talking. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna let her talk this out for a second. Oh my god, thank you. It is my all-time favorite game of all time. And what makes this crazy is, so look, I'm not driven by nostalgia in this world. I didn't play Myst Online until it was reborn as Mula. Myst Online Uru Live again. It had died. It's a tumultuous story which we're gonna get into. My 5-year-old is calling. Let's see if she can calm herself down. Hold on. So, there's a lot of reasons why I love this game. We're going to do a brief story recap. In Myst 1, you are this mysterious stranger that lands on Myst Island. You learn of Atris, this father who had imprisoned his 2 sons for heinous crimes that they were committing, this lust for power over these worlds that were linked to by their father's writing. So remember the Dunny race, this people that had the craft to write books that could link to other worlds and other dimensions and other places, and they had this society, and they had long died, and he is like one of the last that had remained, and that was Myst, right? He had a bone. One of his sons had a bone room. He had a bone room, and so the sequel, Riven, is all about him. He's working on writing on this book to this age, Riven. His father, like his sons, obsessed with power and this godlike state of being. Good morning, Simon. Oh, welcome to the stream. So in Riven, he has Atris's wife held captive again, which is Atris's father. Has his wife held captive in the Age of Riven, which is dying because his father again had written it, and he was a terrible writer. He believed in efficiency and frills, but pumping out books to create people to worship him and all these things. Riven, the sequel to Myst, correct. And you save the day and trap Gen into this book, and Atris and his wife are freed and saved, and the Age of Riven is destroyed. Then there's Myst 3 and 4, which I haven't played yet on the stream.
Welcome to your doom.
Thank you, Gunstar, for the host. So, Myst 3 and 4, the plot is unimportant. They're actually very much unrelated to the rest of the game series of Uru and of Myst 5 and of Aegis. All you need to know is that they have a daughter named Yisha. They have a new child, and they believe that she is their desert bird, this prophesied grower, this one who would give life to the ancient civilization that had died. Zotol, dude, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Zotol, for the follow, dude. So this ancient civilization had died. They were plagued by this disease that was spread by a person. It's a long story. It's in one of these books. It's really great, and we are going to explore that city. We're going to do so much. It is really big, and there's going to be people in the cavern, which is really exciting because it's always empty. It's an MMO. I'm playing an MMO that has been empty for so long, and sometimes people come in on Saturdays to listen to some music and just reminisce. We are going in, and I can't be more excited. I can't be more excited right now. So hold on. Okay. I'm going to double click this thing and we're going in. Thank you for the follow, Zotol. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm like, palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. I've played this a million times. This game brings me sadness. It is my all-time favorite game and it brings me so much sadness. Because it is a game that I'm extremely passionate about. Oh, just take a second. Let me know how the volume is for everything. And if you can see this. This is new. Once again, the stream in the cleft has begun to flow. After many years, there's something new to discover. It's Friday. We're doing that Friday. It happens on Friday. Many skilled volunteers contributed to this effort. Their work should be an inspiration to us all. Can't see game. Audio is good. Okay, I'll work on that. Hold on. That could be because of just the way that they handle cinematics. We're gonna see in just a second. You're gonna tell me if it fixes itself. You only see the test pattern. 1 second, guys. We're getting this work. I tested this and it worked just fine earlier. So please work. You're gonna see me cry on stream so bad. I'm not even gonna lie right now. I don't love a game as much as I love this one. Any games as much as I love this one. And it's not nostalgia that drives it. Okay. You can't see it at all. Let's see. Window capture. Let's change it to this. Let's see if we can get this up. Why is it not working? Ooh, live 1.1. 1 second. We're gonna get this fixed. Please work. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna see. The book was 1,000. Yeah, the bogus TV's up. Oh man. Okay, hold on. 1 second. I'm just gonna load it up. You guys can hear it. I think that you guys you'll only see maybe when the game actually happens. I don't know why it's not working. Hold on. A full screen application. See if that works. Nope, not at all. Alright, hold on. We're gonna do this the old fashioned way. Where is AI Dungeon? Tell me if that worked. Can you see it now? Please tell me you can see it now. You see it! And is it framed correctly? I can't see. Hold on. Is it framed correctly? Game, character creator, you're in a dressing room. Awesome. And, okay. So we're making our character first. So, I mean, first off, there's my hair, sadly. I'm a little older now. Not like I used to be. I'm a little chunky now. We're making myself here. Full beard. Yep, that looks about right. People hated this game because it wasn't first person. that you had a character creator that you could make yourself, and they didn't like it, and I don't care. They can all suck it. It's an amazing game. Let's see, nose width. I got a big nose, and I got wide lips. I got a chin. I've got a chin, not a crazy one. Yeah, I got big eyebrows. I'm a little chunky. Got a broad chin. I've got glasses. They are black. You are you. This is correct, Simon. That's great. This is good. Okay. Is blocking some beard. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna look at my stream here real quick. Okay. No. It's the way it should be. Don't worry about that. I'm not too concerned about that. We'll be okay. Hold on. Let me get back to chat. Sorry, guys. Whoop. Not worried about that so much. Okay. You're missing a little bit of options in the end. That's not going to ruin anything. Okay, so we're done with the face. Oops. No, do not want to. My choices. There we go. Upper body. What are we wearing today? This is all going to change eventually. We're just going to go with a normal shirt. We're going to wear some stuff. We're going to be a little classy here. I can't do that. I got to wear something else. Yeah, we're going to go with this. We're going to go with this. And we're going to go more, yeah, let's do that. Lower body. We're in khakis. We're a khakis explorer. Khakis and a belt. It doesn't, Simon. Don't worry. Should we go barefoot? No, we're wearing shoes. We're wearing loafers. Okay. Is it really taking up a fifth of the screen? Oh my goodness.
The storm has come.
Can you hear the dialogue?
The rain has passed. The tree remains. But far in the distance, a new storm builds, with dry Titian clouds of dust and destruction. They are free, they are gathering. And now choices abound. Some simple, some deep. Even now, decide. Here explore alone. The place where all journeys begin. There are no others in the cleft. It is empty desert. Yet there is wisdom on that path. Or here explore together. The cavern lives and grows. There are friends and enemies, laughing and waiting. Alone or together, destruction is coming. Alone or together, find a way. Alone or together, make a home. They come. He comes. And I will come as well.
That's the voice of Yisha. That's their daughter. All grown up now. It takes place in modern time in the real world. You start off in the game in Relto. There's little bald-headed me. So typically when you play Uru offline, it actually doesn't start here. This is your home, your custom player housing, right? You're gonna explore the world and all the different ages in the game, and you can collect these little pages that'll help customize this place into your own unique play thing. The occasion is okay. So Simon, new official content is coming to this game on Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and I will be streaming it because I have to, because this game is something that is like the most important game in my life, one that I love so much. so much. And we are going to play the snot out of it. We're going to do the cleft real quick. And then we're going to get into the city. And we're going to see what's going on in the world. We will explore Rialto first. This is when you play the game offline, when you play the single-player game, Uru Complete Chronicles. You start in this place. It's New Mexico. This is the cleft. This is the home of Atris when he grew up as a kid, with his grandmother Yisha. They had escaped the city when it was destroyed. Well, his grandmother and his father had escaped the city when it was destroyed, and he gave birth to, found someone in love. Gen did, had Atris. She died in childbirth, and Gen ran off into the caves, and we were just going to walk. This was in the early 2000s. All-time favorite, A-hole hamster. All-time favorite. Nothing can ever compare. I don't put games on pedestals typically, and this one is the only one that I ever would. This is the only thing that is ever like a sacred game to me. Even Shenmue, a game series that I adore explicitly, I don't hold it sacred. I hold this sacred. And there's a lot of reasons why, and I will show you guys soon enough of its design structure, what it tries to tell you through environmental storytelling, and its ability to connect people in cool and interesting ways. Now, this is technically the 5th one. So it goes Myst, Riven, Myst 3 Exile, Myst 4 Revelations, Uru, Ages Beyond Myst, and Myst 5. That's like the chronological order. Technically, Myst 5 is in the middle of Uru. It's happening kind of together.
Hey, welcome. So, I'm Zandy.
Hi, Zandy.
I probably know more about why you're here than you do. Don't worry about it. You felt drawn here, just like the others. Now, I'm not really here to give you answers, just to give you help and get you started. She's left a message for you in the cleft. Listen to it well. Follow her. Find the journeys. And then enter the tree.
Enter the tree. Okay.
Oh, and check with me if you need help.
No problem, Zandy. This game is also, I would like to say, brought to you by Doritos. Everybody get your Cool Ranch on right now. Brought to you by Doritos. So, a cleft of dimension. Simon, so Myst 1, Riven, Myst 5, and Uru are all very tied together. Myst 3 and Myst 4, while still dealing with Atris and his family, aren't really tied to this core concept. They were, to get money to make Myst Online, they put the rights in with Ubisoft. Ubisoft funded a bunch of it, and they gave the rights to Myst 3 and Myst 4 off to Presto Studios, the people who made the Buried in Time series. This is one of the pages that you can get that will customize your home. The guys who made the Buried in Time series, they made Myst 3 and 4 with little input from Cyan, little stuff here and there, but they kind of did their own thing, and they focused on the brothers, Cirrus and Akinar, who were banished in the first game, and so they just fixated on them. Where the Cyan games, Myst games, really focus on Denis and this culture and these people, right? And what had happened to them, the aftermath of these things, and the moral ambiguity of the responsibilities of this craft that they have, this thing that they're able to do. It's actually good, A-hole hamster. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's like you have this windmill, right, to interact with, and it's not doing anything. Oh wait, I need a diagram. I know. No problem, Anomus. No problem, Anomus. So he says, go into the cleft. She has a message for you, and you should listen to it. So this game can be played in both the first person and a third person. We'll kind of switch between the two, depending on the situation. Nick, it's good to see you. My friend the archaeobotanist is here. My good friend Nick. It's good to see you. So we are going to... Whee! Watch this. Ready? Ah! So this is the home of Atreus when he was a little boy. Him and his grandmother. Anna. And man, we're gonna explore this place. This is where they lived. Like you can see the intricacies of like the etchings in the stone. The hardest thing to do, this is where they slept. You know, the hardest thing to do is to make something look old and decayed, but lived in. You'll learn about this in a second. I just did this because it's there. And you learn so much about just what happened with people. It's really interesting. So it says, our dearest Isha, last night your mother had a dream. We know that some futures are not cast by writer or maker, but the dream tells that Denis will grow again someday. New seekers of Denis will flow in from the desert, feeling called to something they do not understand. But the dream also tells of a desert bird with the power to weave this new Denis future. We fear such power. It changes people. Isha, our desert bird, your search seems to take you further and further from us. I hope that what you find will bring you closer. Your father, Atreus. She says, I will use them to bring me the least. This is last night your mother had a dream, and she says, impossible. Says, now his burden is mine. And your father, Atreus, what I have found must be returned. Yisha is going to, I did a little bit lip, yes. Yeah, just bump mapping. Yeah. But you're going to find that Isha, their daughter, is going to talk in a lot of riddles and kind of just vagaries. But they actually belie this much bigger idea, this bigger concept. And there is a method to her madness. This prophesied being of the one who's going to restore everything can be a burden on a person. So it's really interesting to watch this character and listen to her talk and talk about things like the least, which is something she said that I found the least. And that's a thing you'll hear her say a lot, and what that means. And we'll talk about it because it's something to talk about. Hello, Pegasus Epsilon. Are you a factory that produces bogus meat or a bogus factory that produces meat? I'm a factory that produces bogus meat. It's just how it is. Welcome to the stream. It is a pleasure to have you. You're coming to see my all-time favorite game ever in my over 33 years of playing video games. This one takes the cake as clearly my all-time favorite. Look at this stone here. This is a symbol. This is kind of like a rug that would notate the ownership of this. There's Dunny writing in the center of this that is a name that tells you that whose this is the home of, and you'll see this stuff a lot. And it's surprisingly easy to make out. You can see here this is the script, and but that notates a name, and then these designs around it represent a lot of facets that comprise that person. You have the leaf here representing the grower, which is a mythological person who's going to restore the lost city. You have this handprint here, but this is also something that you'll see throughout the game. It's really interesting. So he said she has a message for us here in this room, right? And you see these symbols, you see these etchings, these sketches, a whole lot of stuff here. Like it's a workshop. And it's really cool. When you look at this, you go to touch it, and nothing happens. What was that about dreams and futures? I'm sensing the hand of Ragnar Tornqvist. Oh, Simon. You're bibbling my chimneys with that name. Yes. So, gotta go out and get a book on heraldry, symbology, and coats of arms. This is the truth. So Simon, Catherine, Yisha's mother is she was a person who was born in the Age of Riven that Atris found and fell in love with, and she's a dreamer. She's a person who dreams, and when she writes books and ages, they seem to defy the rules. She breaks the rules that this Denise set that you should not break. You always have these kind of methods to things to make things stable and secure, but she's a dreamer, and she works in flowery prose and ideas that seem otherworldly, and she's able to do so competently. And so when they talk about your mother had a dream, and she's like, impossible, because she lives dreams. She is a dream. And Pegasus, yeah, the seal on the floor isn't relevant to gameplay as far as you can roll. The lore is fun. Every good writer breaks the rules, Simon, and that's exactly it. So, rule number 1 of all Myst games, you're always trying to get power into things. If something's not working, it's because you need to turn on the power. We had that windmill up above. We're wondering what that's about, but we're looking in this area, and we're seeing just, look at the textures on these things. This is a game from the early 2000s, and I think it looks phenomenal. And just look at these designs that they crafted. All these little things, this is a kitchen. This is where they cooked and where they sat and ate, and it's amazing. So you see this device, and you're wondering what this is. And look, you go and you turn it. And these claws, we'll take a look one more time in this view. What does that do? It's clearly locking and unlocking things. Cheese Viking Games, how's it going, good sir? It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome! Oh my gosh. Okay, so just get ready, guys. We're dropping back down. One of the things I would add is, do you see all along on the floor here these blue flowers? This is in relationship to something that Atris did when he was a boy. He had his first age he'd ever written with his father was a beautiful pastoral age, and it had blue flowers in it. And his father thought this idea was unnecessary. It was too flowery. It was not efficient. And so he destroyed the book. And there was a change made in the age that is this world that we live in. And one that was to create blue flowers for him, so that he could have that in this place. And it's a thing in a book. It's not relevant to any gameplay, but it's there. And if you pay attention, you see it. Since you don't have to spend polygons on monsters or spell animations, I suppose they can go all into the environment. The Bogus History Channel program. This is the absolute truth. We're just here to listen to a message from Nisha. I'm going to talk to great lengths, and it is a shame that we will most likely not be able to complete all of this before that new content arrives, but I assure you we will after that content happens, that we will finish this game. I want to give it the time and breadth that you would understand. Like, look at this. Look at this. I mean, just look. You have birds in this door. Like, it just... This place is alive. It's very alive. You can look through here. And you can even see now that the wheel inside is turning. That you're looking into this environment, and it is a real place, filled with real people and real things going on. Or that they had lived here once before. Oh. Of course I am, Pegasus. Come on. Alive with the sound of music. Now, Pegasus, I would also like to preface that I may be an absolute fan, like an adoring fan and historian, and I may have a lot of info on the little things, right? The little Easter eggs and stuff like this. I'm by no means an expert, and I will miss some stuff. So if you do want to pop in with some extra tidbits of information, I highly welcome it. I'm not, you know, one of those people that says like, oh, I know everything, and by me missing something, I'm not fan enough. I don't do that stuff. But if I do miss something really cool, by all means, you can point it out. What? What does that do? Ah, strange. Interesting. So, look, you look at this here, and you see these patterns, and they reflect similarly to those ones there, which tells us that we have to change some patterns. There's only one in particular. This is a simple puzzle. This is kind of your introduction puzzles. I've got to change this to the, to this. We're going to listen to a story. Okay, perfect. That's good. That's good. Hi, Hilly and Jean. How's it going? Anna carved all that. I love of embellishments. Hilly and Jean, welcome. I'm amongst friends here. When you talk, Anna carved all of that. I love the embellishments. This is what I'm talking about. You're my people.
Oh yes, not in Denis. They won't understand. Once again, the stream in the cleft has begun to flow. It was dry for so long. The water is flowing in from the desert. The storm is coming. Have you heard of the city? The deep city, the ancient Uru? Where there was power to right worlds. For thousands of years, the city lived beneath the surface. Keeper of the secret. Keeper of the power. Keeper of the ages. Always keeping. The city grew proud, and then it died. The water flows where it wills. It seeks its own path uncontrolled, except that it flows downward, always downward. Denis, the city of ages, of other worlds, died. But now it breathes again. It awaits. Some will seek that destination, but you should seek the journey. It's as a fine tapestry, complex beyond comprehension, but now torn. We will show you remnants, pieces of the tapestry, pieces of the journey. Find these remnants, these journeys. 7. 7 in each age. 7 here in the desert. Consider it a quest. No, a request. Worship. The water flows downward, and there it pools and collects, and finally, once again, it reaches the roots, and the tree begins to grow again. I am Yisha. My parents brought me to this place. We will bring you.
Ah, Space Frog, how are you today? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so that is Yisha. She, is the chosen one to save Denis. And, you know, so they want us to collect these things. That's the main goal of this game. And so, like, we can close this door. Close this. What's amazing is that this game is built for multiplayer, and it's really fascinating. Oh, also just the sound design in this is top notch. And this is something tiny, I know, but you'll wait, you'll see. You'll see. We are going to be collecting these handprints. Horatio, whatever Yisha tells you to do, do the opposite. No, Yisha's great. Yisha's great. She was put under a lot of pressure, okay? Don't be hard on Yisha. So this is like a storage room. It serves no purpose to be here but to make it feel alive. And so you can see on this there's a thing, but you couldn't reach it. And so in order to reach it, you have to kick it down here to touch. It's a pleasure to have you, Horatio, by the way. How are you doing? say Horatio for Uru. It means that you are amongst good company. I'm so happy to have you. It's an absolute pleasure. I'm a ardent, passionate person of video games. We got lots of new faces. It is climbing the wrong ladder. Ardent and passionate lover of games and storytelling in worlds, but all facets of games. And this is my absolute favorite game in the world. And that new content that's coming on Friday is it's fan content that's being codified as official, and I couldn't be happier. I'm so excited to see what they do. I cannot wait. I was skeptical about Uru in 2003 for the dramatic style change from earlier games, but wandering around the cleft got me on board pretty quickly. As a huge Riven fan and coming in with all the novels in my pocket, I really, really appreciated all the quiet references to those lore sources. I was reassured Scion was driving this thing. There are 3 novels, Simon. The first 2, the Book of Atris, the Book of Tiana, are super good. The Book of Denis, the 3rd one, is a little weird. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it was rushed to publication. Its tone was strange. Cheese Viking Games only played Myst 1. Hilly and Jean, I'm with you 100%. I'm one of those people that doesn't get caught up in what is preconceived notions of what Myst should be. I typically go along for the ride and then make my judgments based on the experience that I have in that process. But definitely it is very Cyan. So it's very Myst 1, it's very Riven, it's very Myst 5. Myst 3 and 4 aren't bad, but I don't enjoy them as much because I don't feel like they embody the spirit of what the story Myst is supposed to be telling. Excuse me. Because Myst is always about Denis. It's always about that city. Where's the sign? Not the greatest books ever in the world. The Book of Tiana, I think, is really good. I really enjoyed the Book of Tiana a lot. Hold on, I'm missing the sign. Where am I? Okay, I still got a long way to walk. I enjoyed the Book of Tiana a lot. And the Book of Atris was good. We always worry if these things that we love aren't going to keep into the spirit, the reasons as to why we love it, right? Usually with sequels and things like this, it's very easy for them to lose sight about the magic that made those original games super special to people. But Cyan Games has always been committed to that vision. Even when you play games like Abduction, which they recently came out with, very good game. It keeps in their spirit this ideology of design that is so unique and interesting. Whew. No trespassing. I like Myst 3 because it's not about Denis. It's about the consequences of Atris kids being horrible. It shows us they were in prison bookstore in the first place. Yeah, Pegasus, and you're not wrong. I don't fault people for liking Myst 3 and 4 as those ones for being their favorites. Whoa. No. I do not want to. My computer's like, you pushed the shift key too many times. Or you're holding it or something. But I was done with the brothers. Like I knew who they were, what they were about, what they represented. And I didn't need that driven home anymore at that point, just for me personally. I feel like there is so much more to be said about Atris's past, the city itself, and the journey that Isha has to go through. After all that we've heard about Denis, will we ever hear about the elbow? Well, Lip, if you play Myst 5, you're going to learn about Duck Knee. Atris calls it Dunny in Myst 1, and It's called Denis, and then in Myst 5, it's Duckney. So this is a work, I believe. This was in Riven, guys. You guys saw this in Riven. I streamed this earlier this year. I hope you remember it. When we saved, you know, Catherine and everything like that, we opened up this thing called the Star Fissure, which is this thing that we actually kind of... It's complicated. The Star Fissure is a mess. So it sucked in these things from Riven and pooped them out here. And this is one of the gigantic underwater creatures. It landed out here, and with probably a potted plant. Why do you have a bone to pick with me, Nick? Is it because of these bones? That was the thing that was in the water, yes. I do like the story of Aegis' family that permeates the Myst games, but yeah, the brothers are only one part of it. The larger story of the universe is awesome. There was a toy to show... Yes, Lip remembers. Lip remembers. I'm glad you remember. Do you remember this, Lip? Have you seen this before? This is another... Hey, look. Riven. You remember Riven? But there's another little piece here, too, to collect. There it is. Do you remember this device? This was to observe the Star Fissure. This was like the first thing that got sucked in before the person. The Wark. Yep. Nick, I'm doing great. Archaeobonist, I'm doing spectacular. I'm playing my most favorite game of all time, Nick. That is getting new content on Friday. We're going to listen to Zandy, see what Zandy has to say one more time. And then we are going to go into the tree. We've finished this thing. And then we're going to start the journey. We're going to explore the city a little bit too, because I kind of want to see people, because there's a lot going on in the city. It's very exciting. It's ripe with life, and when I say ripe with life, there's probably 15 people in a place, which to me is ripe with life. I'm so excited. What's up, Sandy? What you got to say, buddy?
All right, you found all the journeys. Now, enter the tree.
Raise, hi! It's time to enter the tree. Jeff Zandy, he helped actually discover the cavern that led to the city of Denis a long time ago, and helped in the creation of the Denis Restoration Council, which is the kind of embodying human presence within the cavern. And, but he didn't like what they were doing. They wanted to restore Denis. And he wasn't for that idea. So he's kind of on the side of Isha and guiding travelers to the cavern to help. Woo! Bring awareness to the follies of this civilization. So we're gonna open this up. We're gonna start walking in. Oh man! At some point, I have also like the early builds of this stuff that we can play around with too. There's Yisha's symbol again. You can see the hands in the trees and the leaves. And as you walk, you're going to see more things. You're in this cavern. You're hearing these sounds of critters. The chittering. Those are the least. This is a symbol. This represents Yisha. You'll see this around a lot. This is her. The spiral, guessing, is the path of the shell itself. And this is, of course, the art of writing books, the Denis themselves. A symbol representing the cleft and the stars in the sky, and then the cavern itself. You're going to see, yeah, just pay attention to this symbol. You'll see it a lot, as these are drawings and representations that, like, the Barrow used. They're called the least as well. She references them as the least. And they'll depict her as such. Jeff Zandy's dad was one of the ones. Oh, okay, there we go. That's fine. correct me, you're like, I don't mind. I'm not one of those people that is like, I know everything. So we are back home now. We're in our Relto, our home. But there's some changes that were made. We now have birds, which we collected from out in the cleft, as well as like a day-night cycle, I believe. Is what we also... No, we collected the calendar. That's what we collected. This is a calendar over here that's connected to this bridge. And you'll collect these shinies that represent the various months of the year. When the game was originally launched, they would only appear for that particular month to collect in a very specific place. And once you collected all 12, a special thing happens. Persnickety Sea Cow, how's it going? Oh, I forgot to yell at me. Sorry, Pegasus. Sorry. I forgot to yell at you. And now we have these things here. These are like the original one that led us to the cleft. Open up and reveal books to these different ages. And this is the main storyline and progression of the game. But we need to do some stuff first. We're going to open these up, though. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into the city. I'm going to show you guys the online component of this. I did show the Starry Expanse telescope. Yes, I did. Yep, I did. Thank you for Sniggity Sea Cow. Thank you. We're going to go into our personal bookshelf. Books have a lot more meaning in the Myst franchise, of course, because they take you to these different locations and these different worlds. This book in particular that we have, so this is your thing. You can share with people when they come to your place by unlocking it. We're going into our neighborhood. Every person gets assigned into a neighborhood with other people that live in it and reside in it as well. And it's a common place. They all look rather similar. There's some minor differences that can happen. This is celebrating, I guess, the Dani New Year. I don't know if it's still happening. There's an imager here that shows pictures. A fountain that's running. We're in the cavern proper. Wow, so some people have done pellet score stuff. Amelia, Dr. Sarah Blom, Yuko Hoon, Gezer. Testy Testerson was my person that I made to test this. So I'm in Testy Testerson's neighborhood. So if you go, look here. Oh my gosh. Log into Uru and see if I can watch the stream while you're filming nearby. That'd be a trip. I'd love to see you. Dwarven Dad, I did make Chloe play this. Holy smokes. Okay. Wow, okay. So we're gonna see, it says, welcome to DRC Bevan. For more info, go to the classroom. So you follow these steps. This is the neighborhood. I mean, this is where the Dani lived. We're on the outer rims of the cavern itself. The main island of Agura is far in the center of this lake. There's the Ioheek table, the gardens. You can play with the colors here. This was a puzzle in the offline game. It's not one necessarily here. But you can turn on these colored lights. Light everything up. So we go here, right? And it says go to the classroom. We got the this is a Dani clock. This is telling the time in Dani, which is mountain time, I believe, right? Central Mountain Time. So it's Lips time. The Piliquos' time. And it's actually doing real time in the Dani style. So, we're going to the classroom here. This is where a lot of people will get a lot of information about what to do. So, welcome to Dani. Please link to the Grecian Age to pick up your key. The Grecian Age book is in the linking room. You leave here, you go through there. We came in from this area right here, from this bridge. There's a lot here. So you can look here. This talks about Dani time. The Dani timekeeping system is very different than the system used on Earth's surface. Below is an explanation of some of the major differences and terms. There are typically 25 partavoti as on a Dani clock, which signifies one day. They have a 25-hour day-night cycle, or day cycle. And the Denis' largest amount of time is on Har. The Har is roughly equivalent to 1 Earth year. The Denis Har is divided into 10 equal segments called Vailiti. 1 Vaili is roughly equivalent to 1 Earth month. A Vaili is further divided into 29 Yarti. 1 Yar is equal to about 30 hours and 14 minutes of surface time. There are 290 Yarti in 1 Har. Yarti are further divided into 5 equal segments called Gartavoti, or 1 Gartavoti is equal to about 6 hours and 3 minutes of surface time. Gartavoti can be further divided into 5 equal segments called Partavoti. 1 Partavoti is equal to about 1 hour and 13 minutes of surface time. Partavoti can be further divided into 5 equal segments called Tavoti. 1 Tavo is equal to about 14.5 minutes of surface time. Tavoti are further divided into 25 equal segments called Garanti. Garanti is equal to about 35 seconds of surface time. Garanti are further divided into 25 equal segments called Proranti. 1 Proran is equal to about 1.5 seconds of surface time. Har! It is showing Denis time. Yep, it is. It's my time. You can't have it. I thought that key time was the same as Denis time. We're gonna get our key and we'll read this book, but this is talking about the key, the user interface of this game. This is Denis. I don't know if there's a translation. If somebody wants to tell me, write the translation out into chat, I would appreciate it immensely. What it says, I totally forget, and I tried to look it up before the stream and I couldn't find it anywhere. So if someone has it, I'd greatly appreciate it. This is the basic Denis alphabet here in the classroom. Here is their number system that lines this whole thing. It's not in its entirety. That's the number 3. I need to at some point write that down. Hold on. I'm gonna get my paper and start writing notes. Hello, paper. I need a piece of paper and a pen. We're writing our Denis number system down because I don't have it down ahead of time. Do you think key and Denis time are different? Okay. Yeah, exactly. 100% you don't need the alphabet. You could have learned that in Riven 2, apparently. Yes. Not so much in Riven. I think it was more Myst 4. Myst 4 had more of that stuff, I think. So I'm writing down the symbols for the numbers because I'm going to need those. They taught you this in Riven. It was necessary to progress. It was part of their puzzles, and you'll see it here as well. They love numbers. They love letters. That's just what they love. I'm just going to write these down because it's necessary. It's a base 25, I think, is it? Maybe? Oops. Did I skip one? Yeah, wow, I skipped a bunch. Okay, let's see. Sorry, guys. I should have printed this off ahead of time. We're almost there. What's interesting, right, is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I'll start with that. We'll do more later. I don't think I'm going to need to go that high. Sorry. Oh, the alphabet was around the room custom. Yeah, there's some Denis. That's right. There was some Denis in the chalkboard. Yep, that talked about, like, you know, praise be to Gan. Gan is the bringer of life. Gan defeats Atris. It isn't a decimal system. Interesting. With the intensity of a scholar is all the entertainment I need. Base 25 lines up with how they kept dividing time. Yep. The number system is a hybrid of base 5 and base 25. Yep. It's absolutely fascinating. And so they do give you the tools to be able to learn their language here. And there are many instances of having to translate. And translation is incredibly important for this game. You'll understand it a little bit later. We'll kind of highlight some of the intricacies of how they translate this language. It's really interesting. So we're supposed to come in here, right? And we have all of this. This is wild. This leads to the Nexus. We're going to get to that in just a minute. This leads to the Great Zero. We'll get there. This is the Great Zero. This one leads to Eder Sogal? I get Delin and Sogal so mixed up. I always think this is Delin. I think that's Sogal. And then this leads to Garrison. At least a part of Garrison. Is the blue strip of any significance? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But Nick is my friend here with the Archaeobotanist, my lifetime best friend. Hijabi Homegirl. Who thinks he's so cool? Hi, Hijabi Homegirl. How are you, my dear? I hope you're doing wonderful. My friend here, the Archaeobotanist. Nick, you're an Archaeobotanist. You would love this. This is Garrison. These symbols that you see here are the symbols of the maintainers. They're a guild that were kind of like the police, but what their major focus was on relegating the stability and legality of ages that were created. Little note here. Here's a wonderful Easter egg. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. We'll try to. You can see symbols here and here. It's a term that's in English. It's like a simple one-to-one, like translation of symbols to letters. That is the One Ring to Rule Them All poem from Lord of the Rings. And then over here is another silly, like, joke poem. I don't remember what. I found this a long time ago. I was like, what is this? And people were like, wow, I haven't heard about that in a long time. Hijabi is full of tacos and churros and I almost want to be sick. Hey, if you're going to be sick on tacos and churros, that's the best thing to be sick on. So Hijabi Homegirl, I'm playing the MMO version, which is free. And new content's being added on Friday. I'm excited. All those stained glass windows in the neighborhood book room. Yep, made by players and submissions for a contest. Yes, and the DRC. You could go to the archive.org has the Wayback Machine that has the DRC website and shows like the activity of that contest. Oh my gosh, we are gonna go through this. So the rules for linking into places, right? It's a very specific spot, and it is tied into. It's very specific in where you link into. So you'll always link into this place at its center, facing the back here, and looking at this little strip of stuff. And you're in this place. And just, I'm not going to spoil it yet because we haven't found the book describing this, but I want you to imagine what's the purpose of all this. Shara, who's here? Shara. Gotta get my key. Who is this? Callie Mermaid. Okay. We're gonna get our key and talk. We're gonna talk about this. Hold on. Getting our key so we can chat. We're gonna look through this whole thing. Holy smokes. Here's this device. This gives you the key. Yes, Alien Gene. It is a very rare thing. Hold on, I need to get my key up. Yep, Callie Mermaid. Hold on, I gotta remember what the button is for talking. I forget what it is. Hold on. We'll find out in a second. So many people. Hello. I don't remember what to do for talking. Oh my gosh. How does one voice chat? I forget. Who's all here? Omen, Bird, and Callie Mermaid. Shara. Nice. Wow. So these are all Amelia, McCall, Callie Mermaid, and Omen, Bird, and King are all people in my neighborhood. No problem, Sai. Lurk away. So let me talk about this. We're gonna head back here, and we're gonna talk about this. So I now have this device. It's called the Key. It is in itself a puzzle, and it was in the earlier stages of this game. It was even far more of a puzzle. You have this device, right? You can move it around. We're gonna put it in the corner here a little more. You have little things that are like, what is this? These have purpose. These have meaning. These are everything. So you have an eye. It takes screenshots. This button here expands it into your basic user interface. These things here are coordinates that will later be used when you sync it up with the Great Zero. It's complicated. This tells you who's in the age, who are your neighbors that are currently online, who are your friends that are currently online. And you can also direct the message to those people as well. So, this here is divided by the ages you've been into. This grid here is for sharing messages and screenshots. The thing I took, I can enter a caption. My first. This is the Dunny symbol for 0. It's a symbol of negation. It's how you delete things. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me give permission. Sorry. I will permit. You want to give a permit, Lip? Give a permit to Horatio for Uru. He can say that. Okay, Shara. Shara is the Dunny word for hello, or greetings, or welcome. I don't know the specifics. So this is things dedicated where you can take notes or screenshots, and they get placed in those places that you've been. Bevan is the area that is your neighborhood. Incoming is messages and things that people have sent to you. This symbol here is your player's thing. So, for instance, this shows me all the neighbors, right? So, for instance, if I want to take Testy Testerson, who's my test guy, and make him a buddy, this symbol here says you've placed him in your buddies list now. He's now a friend. You can also use this as a way to get people to put them into different categories and stuff like this. There's also ways to share your age with people in this way. It's complicated. And then this is your key settings, which allows you to change your font size, your chat fade, how long it fades, and if you can only set private messages from key mail and buddies. This thing does more. This mutes the sound. There's these other symbols here too. What do they do? This here is for note taking. If you click on this, it'll set up a note for taking notes. Yeah, you can post it now, Horatio. You have permission to post the league. Dunny, like Dunny. Yeah. We'll fix it. Don't worry, Horatio. If anything happens, we'll fix it. So, man, this place has a story to tell. We're not going to get into it just yet. Like, you can't do anything here because this is actually an instance dedicated to your neighborhood. So the people of your neighborhood can all go into this place here. It is not a fully functioning version of the age as you would in your journey that you're going to do. We're going to get there, though. If someone wants to tell me what the button is to talk, to do voice chat, that would be awesome. So this here, oh, look at this mask, this place, and look, you can look into here. We've been through there before. Yes, it's free to play. It's free to play. Look, I understand I may be spoiling you with information and things. So this device dispensed the key for us. And everything's kind of blocked off. But we do have this book here. We're going to go into the city. Tab? Okay. Thank you, Chris. And welcome to the stream, by the way. It's a pleasure to have you. This is the Nexus. This was a late stage invention, an age, where it syncs up with your key. You place your hand inside. It brings up this display. Public links. Omen Bird and King's Hood, which is the one that we are a part of. Private links that people have sent you. Personal links, we'll get to that. Those are our personal links to our ages. We haven't really gone to any ages yet, so that'll pop up later. And then the city proper. The ferry terminal in the city of Denis there's 4 people in the city. There's 11 people at the Watcher's Pub. There's 1 person in Kirel. We're gonna go to the city and explore it real quick. Loiters in the Nexus. It's the truth. And so this was a device to help people quickly access this vast array of libraries. This would be something that wouldn't be available to an average person in the world of Denis. This would be for high-profile people. And it dispenses the book that you need. It goes through everything. It's a massive compendium and storage of book systems. A massive automated system. And we're in the city proper. We're on the island of Agora right now. It's a central island amidst this great underground lake. Where we were in our neighborhoods were all along the cavern walls, kind of overhanging and overlooking the city itself. We didn't get to fully explore our Bevan yet, our neighborhood, but we will eventually. And this is Karoth's Arch. There's a history behind this about a person. We'll get into it. Moiety Jean! Is that Hillian? Shara, can you hear me? Hopefully you can. Hi. It's good to see you. That's Hillian Jean, I'm guessing. It's an absolute pleasure. Rice, Ural, Atex, and Starman are in the city. You can hear me. Perfect. Excellent. I'll talk in here. So the craziness of this and its voice chat is that it also takes into consideration the environment around you, whether to create an echo, the distance, and variation of how you perceive voice chat. This is wild. And so it is a dynamic sound structure, and it's super amazing. And so we're going to explore a little bit. So this is the ferry terminal. This is where the people from the city would take the ferry out from the main island out into the other districts of the city. Boats would lead them out. We'll show you in a second here. This is access to the Nexus. I'm so stoked! This is great. I can't wait. I'm so happy. I'm so glad you're able to join me on this adventure. And so we would explore this place. Definitely a long delay. That's okay. Oh, you see that blue line? What was that blue line all about? See it? It's going all over the place. You can see it there. I'll talk about it. There's so much. So we look in here. It's blocked off. Eventually, this would have not been blocked off, but here's a tablet. This is a borrowed tablet. We're gonna get into it. I'm not gonna touch it. We're not gonna touch it yet. We're gonna look at this place. This amazing, beautiful, spectacular place that I love oh so much. You can see the illumination. You can see. You are always welcome to follow along for right now. No big deal. Don't you worry. We'll show things off. Maybe we'll play a game of Heek in a minute. You can see the boats wrecked here. And, like, look. This would eventually be unblocked. and give access to a tour through Karath's Arch. We never got it. This is a symbol that leads you. It says it's leading to the Great Steps. Such a teaser, Chris. Such a teaser. But look. You see a big face in this dilapidated mural. Love how jazzed you are. Oh, thank you. I'm so jazzed. You can see this face. And what it would have looked like if it wasn't destroyed. And you see the stress lines, these cracks that lead all the way through here. The cracks tell a story. And they do. And you'll see how much of a story they tell. All the debris is there. That arch, it toppled. You can see it all here. Just this debris is crumbling. This city has fallen apart in decay. No worries, Jobby. We're still here. But watch this. We're gonna go look over here. This is where the main docks really were. It was on this other side here. So you're right here. This is where the docks were. I have to keep in mind the distance limit for whether you see my messages. No worries. I will try to address you for sure in-game. And so the ruined ferries. That you'd ride them and you'd take them out to the other districts. This place was, this island, main island of Agora, was for the higher-ups, the elites, the people who worked in the guild systems, the writers, the maintainers, the archivists, the major guilds and stuff like this that resided here. They were on the major island of Agora. We're going to move up, and you can see there's this canopy of stone. You're going to start seeing, as we climb the steps, some of the work of the DRC, the Dunny Restoration Council. And we're going to... Oh my gosh. There's a wearable hard hat to be found. Yes, Hillian! Yes! Oh, I will wear the hard hat. I was a DRC junkie. So this here is a remnant of the DRC. They were set up to restore the city. They've long since left. That was GMs and people doing content and story updates and stuff. And you can see like this leads to the ferry terminal if you go this way. And this is the Great Steps. You see the leaves and trees, the branches that wind up. You should probably be wearing a hard hat. There is one. Oh, I hear people opening doors. Yep, and you see this door. You'll never know what's in there. There's Karath's Arch. Okay. So, a great earthquake hit, right? And it caused some rubble to crash into this wall that opened up into a building that has no doors that lead into it. And they explore it, and they see. This is the Kahlo Pub. This is interesting. Oh, come on. You can climb up it. You can climb up Kahlo. Come on. Can I not get into the Kahlo Pub? There we go. This here is a memorial to all the people who passed away, who are fans of the game. All of them. Sit. You gotta pay some respects. There's a lot of people. On the top there, you're gonna see Willow. That was an NPC. That was not an NPC, but a GM character. Died in part of the story. That opened up more ages and more things. It fell into a crevice. Borrow. It's crazy. But all these other people were real people who passed away. And this is the Kahlo Pub. This is a clandestine place. You can see this is a remnant of an imager. Tables and chairs that line about. And there's a big imager here. And what this place was a clandestine betting place. To an age that never got released, Callow. And what would happen is there'd be a button or something that you could do that would flip this around and reveal an age that would lead you to Callow, which was a racing age. You'd ride these giant birds, and people would watch the races from here, and make bets on who would win. And it was one that they were developing. We saw some screenshots of it. We saw, art of it, and they just didn't get it finished. Before it died, but it was on the list. It was really close to being done. They just had some issues with getting the coding right to make it all sync up right, and so people could watch. This was going to be a place almost overwhelmingly non-linear for new players. Oh my gosh, you were 100% right. And this may seem strange, but it being in this place serves no real purpose to the gameplay and its progression, but it means so much about what they were going to do and this fleshing out of the world. It's wild that half the Twitch chat would drop into the game and follow you in game. Hey, you know what? You're more than welcome to. You can follow the link, install it. Too lazy, Lip. I don't blame you. All right, we're gonna explore the city background. The blue line. What's that blue line about? Okay, I'm gonna go into my third-person view here as we climb. Oops, there we go. So you can see that stuff, but we're also gonna look up. See that blinking light up there? Listening to the stream with this delay and hearing your comments in real time is messing with my sense of time. Sorry. Pure wonder on Bogus' face. Thank you, Nick. I love you. Welcome to Dakota. This is the main plaza with buildings and passageways that lead to a variety of different places. The mall shopping area goes down in this area here. This is a monument to the Great Tree. And wow. Shara, how's it going, man? Nice to see you. How are you folks doing today? I hope you're doing well. So, this passageway here is blocked off, and it would have led to the guild hall, where all the guilds would be. And this hurts. It's not done. They were gonna. It was so close to being finished before it shut down. We'll talk about it. It's a conversation, to say the least. There's Ural. He's always there. So this here is... Oh, I'm stuck on a rock. This way down here leads to the Dakota alleyway. And what we're going to do is sync this up with our key. So when we go into the Nexus now, it's a checkpoint that you can travel to through your Nexus. And there's a spot down here that it's just ruins. You can fall off, and when you fall off or go into a dangerous area, your person just touches the link that takes them right back to the Relto. Back in the cavern for the first time in years. Well, it's a pleasure to have you, Parker. Welcome back to the cavern. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm showing some people around on stream right now, so say hi to the stream. Hello. Does it dance? Yes, dancing. Yes. Smooth moves. What? 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 This is the cavern. This is the map of the city that we have access to. We are right here. So the ferry terminal, which we saw there in ruins down at the bottom. Dakota 2 is a rooftop area that we'll get to eventually. And we are now in the Dakota area right here. 4, just down that way, is the museum. The guild hall, which we don't have access to. That would have led into the main central area. The palace. The Hall of Kings is what we have access to, which would lead into the palace. And then the concert hall, which we can see the outside of and we can't have access to. I wish we could. And then the library itself. We're going to go take a look at the museum first. You have no mod powers, Anuru! Myself with things while watching the Mysterium streams and panels I missed. Very nice. Well, by all means, enjoy your explorations, man. It is a pleasure to have you back. Can't wait to see what happens on Friday. We'll see you there, I'm sure. We're going into the museum. You're gonna see, I will look very emotionally stressed in this moment because this is the place where there's so much potential. There's so much left untouched, and at some point we'll actually go and look at the Dunny Restoration Council's website in the Wayback Machine, which talks about the projects that they were working on and the ages that were unfinished and areas of the city that were unfinished or almost ready for release. So this is the museum. There's spots down below that we don't have access to. There's artwork here. Rulers, I don't remember who they are, but this is historical stuff. And there are these pedestals here that were meant for some more. Early 2000s. Yeah, absolutely. A fan of your work? Hold on. Wait, a fan of your work? Am I exploring with royalty? What have you done? Please, share. It's like, I'm a fan of your work. I'm like, what work? What work? I have stayed out of the community very intentionally because this game is something that I love and adore so much, and it hurts to see like nothing happen officially. And now that there's something, I'm coming back. But I love this stuff so much. Oh, cosplay, very nice. I have a friend who's big into cosplay, and we'll have to in the chat, Lip will give you permissions to show off your stuff if you want to. Okay. So this museum held a purpose, multiple purposes. The first one is to show off pod ages. It's complicated. There's another person there. Oh, nice! Nice! Congratulations! That would be an absolute honor, in all honesty. You have to tell me which one. And the pod ages are spectacular. Look. This is an age. These are names of certain ones. Negalon, Paeforin, I can't think of the ones off the top of my head right now, as well as that one. They were observation, like zoological observational pods that people could go into. And we'll read a little bit about. Oh, this is the key stuff. This talks about the key. Well, oh no, it doesn't. Okay, so what these were observational pods, a whole variety of them, but we only have 4 of them. 4. Myst 5 technically has 1, I believe, but that's up to debate. 4 of them on this major continent, and time zones that actually are part of a puzzle. Oh, you can actually zoom in now? Oh, wow. I didn't know you could zoom in now. That's new. That's not normal, I don't think. If I can see the Teledon map in a higher resolution and zoom in, I'm going to lose it. So, the pod ages. They're observational of creatures in the areas and references of their size compared to humans. It's the round Sogal piece with the little seed windows above and below. It is tab, I believe. Push to talk. I did not hear you, sadly. It has some, sometimes it gets finicky about the mic and stuff like that, so it takes some work. Hey, Shara, how's it going? Still nothing. I hope you're doing well today. It's okay, Lip. Dorino and Tetsunat, thank you. Thank you. And so, yeah, this is a scale of some of the creatures that you would see. In reality, only this one and this one are visible from where we are, I believe. We're going to read some books. It's Chris from the stream! Alright, welcome, man. It's good to see you. Hello. I'm going to do some book reading. We're going to do some book reading. Don't mind me. Alright, I'm going to drink some water. I poured a big glass of water. Hold on, I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to read some books. We're here for the long haul. This is a long stream. Because we haven't even touched on the actual main game. Like the progress, really. Outside of the cleft, which is nothing. Alright. Taken from Denis Negolon, Introduction Pamphlet. Translated by Trisha Lawson, 11/20/2003. Translated by. There is nuances. Thank you for the water cooler break. Whew. There are translation differences based on people, and you will see similar things translated by different people and be slightly different. And what's even crazier is that those people have a different tone in just how they write. And you can pick up on this. You can pick up on this, and it's really interesting. Welcome to Negolon, home of the infamous Tarpon Shawl and Bezel Pumi. Negolon was one of the first features added to our museum in 8797 at the request of Lord Gerald. At the time, maintainers and museum staff felt that Negolon had been researched enough to approve the age for a museum pod that would allow our visitors to experience the age for themselves. You notice that all of our pods, including Negolon's, have a few special features. Fortunately, solar power enables our pods to function without outside power sources. However, though our pods will gain power throughout, with minimal energy usage, heavy usage will also drain energy units fairly quickly. Be careful to not use up a pod's energy before nightfall, or you may miss out on some sights. Before you visit Negolon, we'd like to take a minute to get you acquainted with the creatures that live there. Please remember that while we have placed our pod in an optimal position, you are visiting a natural habitat, and we have no control over when and where you see our friends in Negolon, nor if you will see anything at all. Our pods do have sound and scent emitters that will attract Negolon's inhabitants, although, again, these are real animals, and there are no guarantees. Remember, too, that all reactions to what you do in Negolon are not always immediately evident. Good luck. Negolon Creature Notes. Rather than give away all the secrets of Negolon, we want you to find creatures on your own. The following notes are only meant to provide you an introduction to the natural habitat of Negolon. We will say that if you can't find Kiris, things aren't going well. The large swarms usually fill the air, especially in the more open spaces. Kiri are one of the sole providers of nutrients for the Irwins. If you see a swarm of Kiris, look out. An Irwin might be nearby. Capellis are another of Negolon's smaller creatures, although they are a much more colorful variety than the Kiri. Capellis can often be seen gliding through the air and are a favorite treat for Reapas. Narums are slow-moving and a beautiful native inhabitant of Negolon. During mating seasons, especially at night, you have a good chance of being witness to some beautiful displays by female Nerims. Ask a nearby museum guide for more information on Nerim mating season. Uchaparas, often seen dangling under trees, are actually young tarpon shawls. See if you can follow the tarpon shawl's life cycle. We'll give you a small hint. You'll need to pay close attention to Gatsai. Pumas hunt in packs and often eat the babies of Negalon's other inhabitants. Pumas will prey on sick, small, or weak adults much larger than them. Pumas like to jump from tree to tree, so you'll have to be quick. See if you can find what likes to eat pumas. We'll give you a hint. They eat very slowly and live high in the trees. Another of the Negalon's inhabitants are fun-loving creatures that like to eat Nerims, Capelli, and other plants and animals. We'll tell you now that, however, that they are timid creatures and we often find them far away from the pod. If you happen to see a Reaper, consider yourself lucky. Gatsai are usually pretty easy to spot, especially when they are resting, so we'll let you see if you can find them without any hints. If you see one, notice its stripes. No two patterns are the same. Though Irwins are technically birds, they can't fly. However, with all the Kiri around, they don't need to. Irwins are the only of Negalon's inhabitants that mate for life and are often seen in pairs. If you get the chance to see a Panudoi, you'll know why it has the name it does. That's all we'll tell you. The tarpon shawl is Negalon's most famous creature, and if you get a chance to see one drop down on an unsuspecting animal below it, you'll know why. You'll have to look carefully on the high branches. They are sometimes hard to see, but they are worth the effort. As for any other information, you'll have to find it yourself. Good luck, and we hope you enjoy Negalon. Please ask a museum guide if you have any questions or problems. Hello! Sorry, I was reading a book. How are you today? How's it going, guys? Was that a great book? Oh, it's the Parker. I like people returning to the cavern. Every name I recognize gives me a happy little feeling. That's an extremely missed greeting. Wow, I've never been called that before. Even though I can't place why I'd recognize them. Alright, I'm going to continue my little guide here. Just so you guys know, Parker, I don't know if you know, but we're on stream. I'm streaming just a tour of the city and the playthrough of the game from beginning to end in preparation for Friday's events. You guys are welcome to come in and chat as we go along. Anyways, we're going, moving. Bye! So we can go to those pod ages and we can visit those things. We'll do so eventually. Oh, yeah, that's right. An extremely missed greeting. Oh, hello. Sorry, I was reading a book. How are you? Get lost in a book. Yes, I love it. All right. So we're going to make our way up into the Hall of Kings. We're going to look fondly and sadly down this passageway that leads to the Guild Hall, the place that we'll never get to be. Maybe one day we will. Maybe one day. Not today. Maybe one day. One day we'll see it, right? Someone tell me. One day we'll see it. Right? One day we'll get to go to the Guild Hall. This curtain of frustration. That's a tall passage. Yep, that leads into the Guild Hall. Man, one day. That curtain of frustration says it perfectly. It's funny you were trailing along, though. Let's continue this path. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining me on this tour today. I will be your tour guide, Bogus. It's an absolute pleasure. Now, if you all walk your way through here past the wonderful monument to the Great Tree, we're going to go lead ourselves up into the Hall of Kings. Now, everybody stay close because there could be falling debris at any moment. I do appreciate your conscious efforts of safety and security. We here on our tour group really pride ourselves in keeping people safe. On our way up into the Hall of Kings, you may also notice a nexus point for people. I highly recommend you inserting your key into that to be able to make a safe and efficient transportation throughout the city using the Nexus Network. The Nexus Network. It's there for you. I'm going to walk into that pillar. Yep, there you go. Imagine a giant stone wheel rolling out of the passage and down the stairs and through the arch. Hello! Shara, how's it going? Rather busy in the city tonight. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our tour through the city here, welcome to the Hall of Kings. This is a series of books translated by the wonderful Dunny Restoration Council that traverses aeons of Dunny history, of kingdoms, risen and fallen, kings and queens that took the mantle of rulership within the city of Dunny, as well as many of the great guild masters and such that later on took on power, places of power. It's very delightful. Take your time at your leisure to read, at your disposal. It is an absolute treat. And as you notice, above each one is the actual name of the ruler at that time. It's quite a delight. Oh yeah, there were still some empty pedestals. And I think that a lot of times those were, the empty ones were, like, we're going to get that information later as it was relevant towards upcoming content, is my guess. I think. Now, as we continue our tour, we're going to make ourselves our way down into the passageways, down from the palace ways, and on our way into the library. As we go, I would like to point out the wonderful bridge that leads out towards the wonderful auditorium, the oh my gosh, my words are now escaping me in this moment of being a tour guide. The concert hall. Oh, it's a shame. One day we'll actually see it. One day. One day. What an ad. Notice the rich and vibrant stalactites and stalagmites. The soft and supple dripping of water that is just serene in this time. This hallway reminds me of Riven. Ah, the age of Riven. One of the great ages. Is an absolute delight. Walking through this hallway is the best. To our right, you'll see the passageway that leads towards the concert hall. We'll be getting there shortly. But first, we want to make ourselves a short stop at the library, the great library of Higura. On your right, as you notice the passageway that leads to the concert hall, you'll also get a peek, if you look quite closely, at Kara's Arch in the distance. What a sight. What a sight. You're really setting into this role. I just look at this. This is me just doing an impromptu tour of the city. What's up? Is there an impromptu parade going on? Wee! Whee! As you notice, the city of Dunny is still ripe with decay and rubble. As we try to restore this efforts, I do appreciate that you mind our dust. We're always in an ever-present state of construction and repair. Thank you for your patience as we continue our way into the great library here. Now, please understand that access to the library is merely restricted to the lower levels, but we do appreciate your ability to appreciate this rich and illustrious architecture that is the Dunny Library. Look at this. Shara, how's it going? Dr. Krisker. I'm just taking people on a tour of the city. Don't mind little old me. I would also like to say, if you haven't already, the Nexus Waypoint over here is quick and easy access to the library from anywhere within the city. Of course, brought to you by the wonderful Nexus Network. Nexus Network, it's where you want to be. Now, folks, if we're all ready, we're going to enter ourselves into the library here and pay close attention to the barriers, of course, and respect the restrictions that we have in the lower levels. But once we enter in, I would like to bring note to a variety of ages that have been given access to us here in the library that are for your entertainment and joy. I have not played Fez yet, A-Hole Hamster. I have not. It's on my list. As we go in to the library. Appreciate the wonderful, globular lighting that's very highlighting of Dini architecture and decor. It's a delight. On your left, you'll notice that there are 2 books here that are going to lead to 2 different ages. Galactador and... Hold on, let me remember. It's been a while since I've given this tour. My brain has forgotten the name of the age. Minkata. Minkata. We've got it. The Age of Minkata. Oh, jeez. Whoops. Now, understand that Galactador is really an entertainment age. It's a game age for players to be able to create their own types of games and competitions between each other. And while rarely used, I highly encourage you to experiment and enjoy the pre-made games that are labeled out in the book next to the linking book. Now, understand that a key is required in order to have full access to all of the amenities that that age has to offer. Now, while Minkata may be a more difficult and different type of experience, it's really meant as a training aid for people in the guild of cartographers to be able to gauge distance and mapping of barren ages, of ages that seem to have very little landmarks and such. It's a delight. It's an absolute delight, and probably the most difficult age in the game that caused much frustration to most people. Now, as you move on down this way, we'll notice that the stairways leading down are blocked off, but you can get a glimpse at something that we wish could see more of. This library is vast and deep, and yet belies far more. More that we wish we could have access to, more that we could see. And while we get glimpses of a future forgotten, we should be happy and thankful for what we have now. And I do understand, I appreciate the patience of everybody, but those who are working to restore this city will one day have access to it. One day. Years from now, maybe. Sadly. Did Parker take a mighty leap down the stairs? Oh no. Yep, you could get this far down. Oh! Hello. How's it going? Zizava. How'd you get down there? I thought they got rid of the skydiving. How far can you go down? I'm sure it's just the incomplete stuff down there, right? Like it just goes down to eventually like nothing. All right, well, let's continue our tour. I know, right? Oh, one day we'll get it. Gene, one day we will. All right, let's continue our tour, shall we? We're going to make our way back out of the library. Say farewell to this beautiful, beautiful place. We're going to make our way... Ooh. They're like, ooh, I want to go down there. You can't. Auto shout. I forgot about that. I can do auto shout. Everybody can hear you. That's a great question, Parker. Woo. Yeah, so we have there's the upper levels, Parker. There's the upper levels, there's this level here, and then there's the levels below. I'm curious to know, like, what was the content plan for those places? I'm guessing, you know, some of the ages that were in the DRC website that they were working on that didn't get complete. We'll see. I wonder. Left to our own imagination, sadly. Let's continue the tour, shall we? We're gonna make our way now down to the wonderful and delightful exterior of the performance hall, where many a Denis concert were held, operas and musical performances that rang out through the cavern halls. If you close your eyes, you can hear it still in the distance. One day. Oh, it does. Excellent. I have to play it at some point. Fez is great. I've heard lots of great stuff about it. I love that we've made no progress in the game. We're just exploring the city. We have made progress. We've got our Nexus nodes done. Now, for those that are still following, please be careful as we cross this bridge. It does have a maximum weight limit of 700 pounds. So please, please, check your scale before you decide to traverse. I would hate for us all to tumble down into the depths below. I hope you're all not afraid, but if you look down below, from here on your right, you can actually see that there's a viewing area from the concert hall there that patrons would mingle in pre and post concert experiences. Oh my goodness, you're all jumping on the oh, that's very terrifying. Everybody, no, 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 no. I'm getting off that bridge right now. We're not doing that. But if you do observe, that's a wonderful place where people would mingle, and it was actually a sounding chamber. From above that would actually that circular plateau above would help send the music and sound from the performance hall out into the cavern all around. It's absolutely amazing to hear in that time. I wish that one day we'd be able to do so, but not today, sadly. Someday. Someday. All right, now welcome. The concert hall here. This was the entrance that would lead into the main concert hall. Imagine Denis lining up to enter in, to mingle, to enjoy the company of each other, and once led into the halls to sit, to enjoy, to shout to the heavens above in revelation of the musical performances. This was a place where people could express themselves, honing hundreds and hundreds of years of craft and presenting it to the people at large. This was a place for artists and performers, and a glorious stage that we never truly had access to and truly never got to experience. One day we will. Now, to note as well, if you haven't already, there is a Nexus point here for you to be able to have easy access to this area and quick travel. Brought to you, of course, by the Nexus Network. Nexus Network, it's where you need to be. The Nifty Nexus Network. The Nifty Nexus Network. The NNN. The Triple N. Alright, now we will continue our travels as we move on into the to the mall area, where there's a lot of different shops. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Follow me. Mind the rubble. Welcome to the Mall of Denis. This is an amazing place. These doors, while inaccessible to most, adventurers and explorers, would have been home to many shops and boutiques, art galleries of many, one of which we will be able to have access to shortly. Now, please be careful and mind the barriers, as it is still, a very dangerous place that we're trying to restore. It's going to take some time, so please pardon our dust. Be careful with the barriers. Careful. Don't fall down. Now, we're going to make our way into a wonderful gallery, right? This is Kadish's gallery. This is one of the great writers of the later eras of Denis. Kadish had a fascination of being the grower, the mythical person to restore Denis to its greatness. Listen to the wonderful music provided by the wonderful Denis Restoration Council. As you make your way down, I would like to note some of the amazing moving sculptures that highlight both the intricate mind of this great writer, but also a bit of the madness of it. What does it mean? What does it represent? Only Kadish would know. The Nifty Nexus Network. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Interesting, Gene. I did not know this. You learn something new every single day. Now, some say that Kadish held a vault of riches and lore, and left clues to access of that vault here within his creations, his art. Now, whether that's true or not, that's not up to me. That's up to you, explorers of the cavern, and I hope that you may find answers here. This is true. Tell Robs does speak the truth. There is a music player at the top that you can add this music to your Relto if you happen to have found the missing page that seems to be wandering around that adds a music player to your Relto. So I highly recommend picking that up if you do have that page already. Notate the imagery of the tree all over this place, rampant within this gallery. Again, placing emphasis on Kadish's desire to be the grower. Whether he was or not is irrelevant. His drive and desire to be seen as such is far and away the biggest facet in his artistic endeavors. The console inside your face. Was that meant for me? Man, Parker, you're telling the truth. Alright, let's continue, shall we? Now, folks, we're about to end our tour here very shortly as we make our way back into the main Tequila Plaza. So I really appreciate your participation in this wonderful tour. I do hope that you leave a wonderful, good Yelp review. Sharabish empty indeed. Gene, that would be spectacular. That would be spectacular to see replicas of Kadish Gallery stuff would be absolutely divine. Now, folks, I would just like to say that it has been an absolute pleasure taking you on this journey through the city. That your willingness to put up with my rampant shenanigans as we explore has been an absolute divine experience. I want to thank you all, and as we reach up to the plaza itself, the Dakota Plaza, I'd like to say that it means the world to me that you are here now, in this city, in its greatest time of need, in this moments when all seems dark and gray and brown. There can be life still here within this cavern, and that you provide this, and it is something that I greatly appreciate. So I want to say thank you, and I will sadly have to move back to my neighborhood, show that around a little bit. Have a wonderful evening. Parker, I'm glad you enjoyed your time here. I do hope that you stay. It was good to have you. Wave. Oh no, Ajabi, don't break the laptop. You're getting your computer soon. So now that we've done that, right? Now we have access to our Nexus book that pops up in our shelf. We can access that at any point in time. We are going to actually do one of the ages. We're going to start actually making some progress now that we're done with that. Hijabi, maybe, because it happened to me, the patch keeps messing up. I did a fresh install of the installer and started it over. What age to begin with, though? Do we do one that's kind of inconsequential, or do we go big? This is the real question. I want to do Garrison. We've hinted at Garrison. We're gonna go all in. This is one of the 4 ages. We won't be able to complete this one in this first go. Oops. Why couldn't I? There we go. Don't kill it with fire! Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Hijabi! So now these are private ages, right? Unless somebody very explicitly invites somebody, nobody can come into this age. It'll be just me for right now. And technically, there are puzzles that will make this a little easier to accomplish, to beat, but can be done as a solo experience. Taking a drink of water. Ooh, I'm parched. So this age is a little different than what we saw when we were there in our neighborhood, actually. There's more to it. And of course, the handprints and stuff that we need to find. We're gonna... Oh. This world is so amazing. So you see the symbol of the Guild of Maintainers here, and you can push that around. What you're seeing here is a storage area. The Guild of Maintainers would leave these maintainers marks. It's these devices that would be implanted in the grounds in certain key areas of ages to monitor the stability of those ages, and, you know, doing a lot of sensors and things like this to determine whether it's still a safe place or one that's worth publishing to the world at large. You aren't going to invite anybody? I mean, Lip, Lip, are you playing? Lip, get your key, though. Did you get your key? You have to get your key first. I can't. I'll go to the neighborhood, Lip. I'll go to the neighborhood. Wandering. Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to do that right away. You can, so you can join me. I'm also going to open my windows. If you go to the bottom of the screen, it brings up these things here. There's a little book on the bottom left lip. You can click on that, and that takes you to your Relto. You can do that and skip the cleft for right now to follow me on this journey, and while it won't help progress you in your personal journey, you can come along for the ride if you'd like. But now as you notice that I touched that book, and it hasn't, the book is here now. And there's a reason as to why that's the case, is because actually when you touch handprints, it creates a shortcut to that handprint in particular, the last one that you touched, which will pop up here on the left side of the page that you can access to. As well as if there's other links that lead into this age, you can turn the pages and have access to them. No problem, Nick. Oh, Nick, before you go. Nick, before you go. I'm glad, Chris, I'm glad you enjoyed. I always imagine actually like practicing that and having like information set up about the tour and giving one in my head, like when we talk about like Unwritten, the RPG there. Before that was even a thing, I always talked about wanting to have a Myst tabletop game. One of my things was always like giving people tours of the city itself and showing them around as being a major facet of this, being like inundated into the Dunny Restoration Council. Man, you did it. You did it. It didn't show that you did it. Maybe you did before the stream started. Whatever the case, Nick, I love you. Be safe. Let me know how things are going. Stay in touch. Lip, I am at the Neighborhood, which is the only book that's on your shelf. Lip! 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 You're looking so smexy! The Pillicles, everyone! Hi. Tab is talk. Okay, Nick. Good night. Be safe. Love you. Miss you. Yep. Oh, there you are. Hi. Come this way, Lip. Lip and I are roomies. We're roomies. Lip. 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 This way. Set it all on fire. Set it all on fire. Touch this book over here. This one. Burn it all down, Ajabi. Lip! I'm so excited. Look, I'm talking with my hands. Come on, let's go. Wee! Wah! I'm running while talking with my hands. Wee! Ah! All your fault, Lip. Look, there's a point of moat. Lady Cat! Favorite game in this world. Alright, Lip, you've got your key. That's great. Now, F1... F1 changes between first person and third person. F2 opens up your key. Hitting it a second time opens up your key. You're inside of me right now. And there you go. So what I'm gonna do, though, I'm gonna share my book to you. Lip, are you ready for this? I'm gonna share it with you. This is a big deal. This is a very consummate encounter. This is exciting. Oh wait, old hamster, I'm gonna fight you. Okay. Lip, welcome to my home. This is my Relto. Please be nice to it. It's very snazzy. If you fall off the ledge, if you fall, you're kind of stuck. I have to meet with you again somewhere and share my book. It's weird. Hold on, let me see if I can share my age to you. Let me see. Adding you to my friends list. The Pillicos, the buddies. Pillicos. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Whoops. Buddies. Pillicos. Bam. I've now shared my age with you, which means that you can access it in the Nexus if you ever decide to go there. And I've added you as a friend. Information delete! How's it going? Oh! Sorry. My penis milk straw, drink straw. It's curved for your pleasure. So what you gotta do is when you open it up, do the picture of a person, and then you go to either neighbors or age list or age players, and you'll see my name. You click on my name, and then you click on the arrow next to buddies. Adds it to your friends list, which then means that you'll always have access to send me messages and stuff like that as well. But since we're neighbors, it kind of also serves the same purpose. But hooray! We're now friends. You can't chat on this, Lip. Oh, it's right. You have in-laws visiting. That's right. Never mind. So now what's gonna happen, Lip? I have unlocked my book for you. You can now access it on my bookshelf. Please do so now. I'm glad you like the beard. It's good. I enjoy the beard. I have to keep it trimmed though, and I never do. The one that is unlocked, middle section there. Yeah, that's the one. And what you guys don't know is that Lip is hearing a lot of more directional conversation. Like, I'm all surround sound and distance. Also, if I'm in the cavern, I'm echoing. And the sound direction of the world also kind of changes how he hears me. Oh, I'm so excited. Lip, you have no idea. Okay. Lip, follow me. This is Garrison. I'm not going to divulge the purpose and intent of this age exactly just yet. Just know that it's used by the Guild of Maintainers. And we will talk about the context of this as we explore this age more thoroughly. And I can assure you, it's truly magnificent. It's insane. It is insane. The level of detail. They use a technique of storytelling called close the circle, right? They give you this information, and there are it's up to you. You're right there, Lip. Kick it, things, Lip. ah! They use this method of conversation that's called closing the circle, which they give you all this information, but it leaves some for you to do the work to finish it. As you can see, Lip, there's a spot here now that we can actually go through that was blocked off before. Do not fall down into the crevice. You need to jump over it. I'm going to fall. I will be right back. Do not follow me. I fall because I get a Relto page book. I gotta link back now. I'm so excited. Lady Cat, I'm so excited. You have no idea. Lip, I'll be right back. That's another piece to customize your Relto. I'm back! Lip, I'm coming! I'm coming! Oh! Keep that same image for Saturday. It's happening, don't worry. You ready to make this jump, buddy? You ready? You can do it, Lip! Yeah! Woo! I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. All right, let's continue this walk. If you... Oh, sorry. If you notice, there is a thing here. Handprint. I'm not going to push him in the hole. Okay. So, Lip, notice something once you get out. That makes no relevance of whether you touch that one or not, sadly. Now, be careful, too, not to jump yourself into the hole. All right. So, notice something, Lip. Do you notice these doorways here and their design, right? Notice how we see those same sorts of doorways here, but they don't open. This is really interesting. It's very interesting as to why that's the case. We'll learn about this shortly. Don't worry. So like you see, you try to enter this way and you can't. These doors are closed. These are doors. But here, rubble had broken down and you have access to this. And you look at these things, you look at these places, and you're wondering what's the purpose and intent of these places. And you look through this window, and you see we've been there before. That's where we linked in. That's the first passage that we go through after we link into this area. And what do you think these are, Lip? What do you think these are right here? What purpose do these serve? They do serve a purpose. Lockers. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not pushing Lip in the hole. The effort that it takes to save Lip or have Lip come back to me after falling in a hole is so much. So much. Nice try, Lip. Nice try. You almost made it. Okay, we're walking here. Do you hear that, Lip? Do you hear that effervescent rumbling? It's the sound of inevitability, Lip. We're climbing up. Look where we are. Above where we linked in. Look here, Lip. That's where we came in at. We could actually see this alcove from the very beginning if we link in. We could see the person above here watching. This is the annoyance of his respawn. You'll wander a bit. No problem, Lady Cap. Oh, that cone falling happened right before it hit the ground. Yep. Are you ready, Lip? Let's do this. Do not mind the sound, the grinding of the gears, beating down at your ears and your heart palpating you into a pulp. It will lead us to salvation, Lip. What is its purpose, this enormous stone gear, pulsating, breaking through our very being? It is ominous, but I can assure you it's safe. Come on. Yes! Ha ha ha! Victory! Did you do it, Lip? Yes! Now we gotta do this. We gotta do this. We are currently rotating. Oh no, Lip, I lost you. Where'd you go? We are spinning inside of this giant stone gear. Oh! You might have gotten into the new passage already. Okay. There. That was weird. Hey, welcome. This is a new place. Look at this. Look at this! Ominous. Do you know what the purpose of that gear is, Lip? Do you? I want to know. Tell me why you think that gear is there. No, the Great Zero is not here, although it would be very delightful. The Great Zero is far more magnificent and luminescent. We're going to find out in just a minute. You're going to see. This is delight. This is a delight. Okay, so. Do you remember what I said the #1 rule is of Myst and puzzle solving? What's the #1 thing you do? If things don't work, like these, they're not working. What does that mean? This place is running on... Those boards don't work on water unless you got power. Exactly. This place is running on like the most basic things of just lights, essentially. And so what we need to do is restore power to this place. We don't have access to any other areas besides this room and the gear back to the place that we had been before. You can also notice there's some other things here too that we can interact with, but they don't do anything. It doesn't do anything because we need that power. I want you to explore a little, Lip. This is going to be a puzzle for you, my friend. I want you to solve this. Explore. See this place. This is going to be interesting. It's just a fun noise. So if they're not working now, that clearly means that it needs power for those things to do something. We also have these symbols here next to these switches. 1 second. So we gotta also kind of decipher what these things represent. What do you think that some of these represent? Far right one looks like the door. So then, could possibly mean that the switch that we would use here, that we would pull here, would power the door. Maybe. Just maybe. It's a possibility. Oh no! This is interesting. What was that, Lip? What did you do? It's rising! Holy smokes, Lip. But now look, has anything changed in this room? Huh, those still don't do anything. Also, if you want me to do anything, by the way, you can always let me know as well. I can measure how tall you are with it. You're getting there. You're getting there, Lip. You're gonna figure this out real quick. Bam. One thing. Oh, you're about to run out of power. Oh, and it reset. It's an aggressive ruler. I don't know. I like it. Oh, I would be happy to. There you go, Lip. My pleasure. Anything to help. Bro, power down noise. Alright, you're almost there, Lip. You're getting it. You're getting it. This could be technically done by one person by constantly running back and forth to keep the power running. If you also notice, yeah, let's see. Oh, still nothing there. Interesting. Still standing on it. That is activated. Interesting. Still don't do anything. Interesting. Observant, Space Frog. So you just did some stuff. This is interesting, Lip. Oh snap! You did it! You can't probably hear me, it's really loud! But look! Woo! Lip has not. I have, a million times. A million times. Not quite at full power though, Lip. There's some things that still need to be done. Do you look at this panel? But now, look what works. It's lit up. The doors. I turned on the power for everything. So here's the thing, Liv. I have to tell you this. This is crazy. Okay. So, in that room, right? The lever that powered on the locks for the wheel and the wheel switch as well, those were green, as well as the pedals. While the other ones were lit blue. Which tells you that those could, and the when you stepped on the platform to create some power, underneath was this kind of green light moving, which tells you that that was the sort of power that could power the wheel and the lock mechanisms, but not the elevators or the other things. Those could only be activated once you got the gear hooked up to the larger gear. It's very crazy. You did a great job, Flip. This is Myst, and this is 100% Myst. This is all Myst. You're doing great. I'm a proud papa. But then, also look at this. When you try to open these doors, Lip, they don't. They still don't. And what does that mean? When you actually go away from it and try to enter it, it'll have a green light blip. Well, if I leave the room, I think. Let me try. Whee! Yeah. So there's a green light that blips that says you don't have access to this. It means that your key isn't of the right clearance level to gain access to those certain rooms. It's really interesting. But if you notice, we're back at the gear, the big gear. Because it's spinning around on the inside, the central area of this building. We're running around a circle, and so it gave access to another area that was blocked off because the doors weren't working. We can go all the way around back to the gear area if we want to, which is right here. And we're back at the gears. But we now have power to a new area. So we have power to the elevators. The elevators are interesting. We're going to go do that now. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't even express in words. Lip, are you okay? Lip? Oh, there you are. Okay. We don't have to worry about the making that jump anymore, because now we have access here. I'm gonna go up first, Lip, and then you can follow. This is the biggest moment for me. You thought Lip was an NPC? As I enter the elevator. We're on the top of Garrison. At the first building. Look at this. Look at this. We're gonna wait for Lip to come through. And there he is. Welcome, Lip, to Garrison, my friends. These enormous stone monoliths are security measures made by the Guild of Maintainers. See, you can only link in from the central part of these structures. And if you look down here, Lip, you can actually see this is where we linked in. We linked in at the very center. Because if this was spinning and there was a linking page into maybe any of the other rooms that may not have clearance to, because it's spinning, you would link yourself into a wall and die. Like that would be it for you. But this place here is the stationary moment, right? Because it's spinning. And that is where people would come into. This place was a highly secure area. A research and testing facility. Now you know why. That's exactly what they wanted to do. You notice the shadows moving slightly. They wanted to create this amazing idea and present it in such an awesome and interesting way. And you have an even larger structure in the distance, as well as these breathtaking vistas as we're slowly spinning. This is amazing. This is my most favorite place in this game. One of many, but this is my most favorite. Was such a revelation when I got to this point and able to see this. It was my favorite. It's my absolute favorite. We're gonna go into that big building though. You wanna know how we do that? Watch. One's an up elevator and one's a down elevator. Oh, time's a wasting. It's a little different and distinct because for us, so you may be going on a different platform to do this, but we need to jump from one spinning platform to a central location and then jump over to the other one. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. It may be different, but... Oops. Yeah, the netcode for this is a little wonky, but there's you can now see me at the actual central pillar, and as this thing spins, you jump to get to that, then to jump onto another. There you are. It's a little different because of the way that it's done. And now you can look at where you came from, how that differs from where you are now. Your perspective has changed greatly. And there's this large central monolith, ever spinning. The waterfalls. I would spend my time just sitting up here and just listening to the grinding of stone and the soft, like, swish of the waterfalls in the distance, the twinkle of the birds, and if you listen long enough, you'll hear other more ominous sounds. Okay, making the jump. I missed! Enormous it is. Absolutely breathtaking for a game that was made in the early 2000s. But luckily, because I touched that handprint last, I've got quick access to it. Don't mess this up, Lip. I hope you made it. Oh, you did! Good job, Lip! I see you over there. Wait for me! Wait for me! I'm a proud Papa Bear. We're getting new content on Friday. Getting new content on Friday. Yeah, that's funny. We're getting new content on Friday. We're getting new content on Friday. We're getting new content on Friday. Gonna make this jump. Made the jump. Nailed it. Nailed it! Lip, you can enter the building because we're on different portions of this thing. I'm gonna stay in a. Once you enter, stay there. I will find you. I'm so excited. I always go first person, but there's more cinematic camera angles in the third person. I always feel bad. We miss those. Near the middle, Lip. Near the middle? Near the middle? That's slightly relative. That's slightly relative, Lip. You're near me. You're near me. There you are, Lip! Those locks are hardcore. Welcome. Welcome. Oh my goodness. You can hear the rumble. The soft rumble. Can you hear it, chat? Let's just go in the store. Let's see what it has for us. Lip, what you see here is the dressing room, the staging area, and what you actually kind of see is a museum of sorts. Look over here. Do you see this thing here? Oh, you're looking over there. That's Mark II. There's even a third Mark. This here is Mark I. Where I'm standing, this is the first. What you are standing is the second iteration. There's a third iteration as well. These are maintainer suits. They're ones that people would put in. So what you would see is a person would get into this. And in one of these gargantuan things is a linking book that would take them back. In case something bad happened to the age, it's an emergency mechanism that would essentially force the page onto the person's hand and link them back safely back here. This thing would protect them from things like supernovas and such, so that if they happened to be in an imploding star, they could get out safely for a fraction of a second. And that's what this was built for. They were able to refine that technology into a suit that was a little more form-fitting and protect people, which is here that you pointed at. And if you notice, we've seen that helmet before. Those helmets that were on the top that were actually in that storage area in that smaller building that we were in. Those were there. There is a third Mark. We are going to talk about it. Let's continue our way, though, through here. Don't go through that little creepy passageway over there. It's not important. Don't mind the creepy passageway over there. We're going this way. Follow me, my friend. Through these hallways. Imagine being a Denis maintainer in this moment. Exploring these hallways, doing business in your day-to-day. Come here. Let me show you. This is where that creepy hallway led to. You can actually see that it's right over there, that it leads to here. This still doesn't work. I wish more than anything that it worked. I hoped that with the update that it would. Before you was the wall, Lip. The Wall of Greason. This was a testing area. They made a game out of it. When the game had first launched, this worked. It does not work anymore. And what would happen is there is actually another. So there are other chambers that you can go around. Directly opposite of this is another player's chamber. A person would sit down in this chair here. And with this grid is actually marks the grid that is on this gigantic wall. Exactly. And you would lay and place traps to kind of form a maze of sorts. And they would do the same on the opposite side. Another player would then go into that suit area. There was a central tube along the far wall there that they would go into. They would get fitted with the Mark III suit, the one that they were testing at the time before everything fell apart. And they would go down, giant battleship with a twist. And they would drop down. And we would view the other player from the opposite team climbing our wall. And the other side would be seeing our player climbing up their wall. And the traps that we would place, they can't see. They would have to just kind of navigate and find. If you hit them, you fall to the ground and have to reclimb the wall. The first person that gets to the very, very top, there is a little red thing up there, it would send a linking book that would send you to a place called the Maintainer's Nexus. It was a different style of Nexus than what we have now. And where it led, I don't really know. It would lead to more stuff that was unreleased at this point in time. And the wall doesn't work. On other fan servers, they do have it kind of working. And that's the only way that you can wear the Mark III suit. If you play this in the single player mode, the Mark III suit is something that you can actually get as a costume that you can wear. Let's go. Oh man, this place is stirring up a lot of emotions. The wall is meant as a game that people could play from the get-go, right? A sort of activity that they could do that could make this have more longevity. One of many that you'll see and experience that people didn't stick with, or they didn't enjoy doing, because this is an adventure game, right? And at some point in time, you're going to go through all the story content and wonder what more can I do? They implemented different things that would actually be those more things, but people didn't stick with it, and they didn't care, and they also were buggy, and they didn't necessarily work, and that's where the things started to fall apart. And that's the things that they needed to work on to keep people here. It lacked an economy of sorts. It's really complicated to describe the design choices that were on the lesser side of keeping people engaged with the world. And while I'm sitting here describing to you these kind of really interesting historical facts that you do by exploring and by filling in that circle, a lot of people weren't willing to do that. A lot of people like being handed that information on a platter. And so this here, Lip, this was a viewing area. So what these people here, there's another one as well on the opposite side, could see the layout of the two wall patterns, and they could watch. I am handing you this information, yeah. Is they could watch. This would be the red teams. I think the other one's a green team. But they would watch them climb the wall from here in a viewing area, and they could see what the trap patterns were. And as you can also see on this imager here, this far one here is showing you a map of the building that we are in, essentially, or at least this level of this building. All the different spokes, the entryways into them, where they would go into, the staging area on the bottom right or bottom left right here, and then the place where they build the wall, and then the viewing area to the right, and how that, you know, is mirrored on the opposite side. It's really, really interesting. There's a book here as well. We're gonna I might read it, Lip. Hold on. Let me touch the handprint though. This is, I think, the last handprint that we can get access to right now in Garrison. Yeah. There's two more that we access later on. We don't have access to now. Oh, Lip. So I'm going to read this. You might have to listen to this on the stream because I can't do voice chat while reading the book. So, Greason. Simpson, don't mention anything about the upper area of the fortress in your Greason report. I don't want people wandering all over Teledon looking for that weird link stone. Sharper. Analysis. Author Simpson transcribed from voice recorder. Age Greason. Date 11/12/2001 to 6/4/2002. Multiple trips. Okay. One thing seems immediately obvious. This place was built for security. No one could write a link anywhere in this place or the next. It was obviously a maintainer facility of some kind. It doesn't seem that it was for general guild members. By that I mean it was limited to at least the higher ranking members. As to how they got the first link written here, I don't even know. Probably while it was under construction. It does seem pretty obvious that it's not going to happen again, unless something major happens to this place. I should say that Kodama has some theories about the age that have held up so far. May have been a special forces of a sort for the maintainers. Started later, mid-8000s. Became somewhat of a research and development arm for the Maintainers Guild. I don't know, worth mentioning though. There are quite a few mentions of such groups in other docs Kodama has found, or at least seen. Kodama was a research guy. He was the tech dude who did all the technology he would reverse engineer them to work for the Denis Restoration Council. So if there's anything working, the imagers and things like this, that was his work to be able to do that. The entrance. Oh, it is information delete. This is why it's my most favorite thing in the world. Oh my gosh. Okay. Entrance. To begin with, I'd wager that no one other than a high-ranking government official or similar ever even made it to this room. That's just my guess, but it seems pretty sound. I don't think any school buddies or girlfriends dropped by to see their maintainer friends. The Lincoln book we found was deep within the maintainer guild, in the guild hall that we don't have access to on Igora. I'm sure it was well guarded in its day. You can see right off the bat the entrance was extremely secure. Thick walls, one door, a high window, sniper maybe? If you manage to get in with a bomb or something, it's not going to do any noticeable damage. I love the maintainer symbol on the floor and everywhere else you look, as though I might forget and wonder where I am. The waiting room. So visitors are escorted into this little waiting room. There's a window on one side, looks almost like a ticket window. Maybe turn in weapons or goods that aren't allowed. Maybe books. I'm sure they didn't want books in there. Yeah, looks like mainly for books. There's another ticket window on the other side, although this one looks different. I'm pretty sure those are beetle cages on the other side. Beetle cages, Lip. Beetles that sought out ink. Somebody was just telling me there are all kinds of references to them in other docs. You didn't make it past this room with a book. As well, the doors never open at the same time. So even if somehow you make it out of the entrance room, you're still not going to make it past these mammoth doors out of the waiting area. That's that first area where they had the sign that says, like, go this way for your key. That was the waiting area. The two different windows where you'd put your stuff. Looks like the hall ran along the entire circumference of the building. There were plenty of rooms. I'll try to hit them one at a time. First is an elevator, though. However, looks like it's only down. Wonder if it was always that way. More security, I guess. Once you made it into the halls, there's still nowhere to go. At least if they didn't want you going anywhere. Lockers. I would think that any books that were brought to the age were kept in the lockers. Now, Lip, there was another place that we went to that seemed like storage. Those were the actual lockers. There seemed to be a lot of books and things kind of stored into them. Things that people carried with them that they can't bring into the place. That's where those lockers were. The ones that you thought were lockers were beetle cages. I'd imagine that some of the workers here or frequent visitors also kept some equipment, but I could be wrong on that. Looks like they kept some maintainer gear as well. Markers, helmets, etc. Seems a little out of place, honestly. Keys. Okay, things are becoming a little more clear now. Just had a long chat with Laxman and researched some different docks over in the city that Nick had. Looks like the current condition I'm seeing was not the original condition. Oh my gosh, Laxman's the tech guy, not Kodama. Laxman is the tech guy. The key was a major development, not just for the guild, but also apparently for all citizens. Turns out they were just starting to hand out the keys to the public around the time of the fall. Nice timing. So it looks like they had done some renovations in order to facilitate the mass amounts of visitors that would be coming in order to retrieve keys. Turns out my little girlfriend analogy was pretty much completely wrong. Girlfriends and more were going to start coming here, at least to the open sections. Kodama corrected me. We've actually found multiple books in neighborhoods, as well as the guarded maintainer book I mentioned earlier. Whoops! So visitors come in, walk through the doors, beetles check for books, and they walk down the halls into the key room, get a key, and link out. Guards are probably at the up elevator, which is just behind this room. If they did happen to bring any illegal items, they get them back from the other side of the locker room, and off they go back home with their new shiny key. Makes more sense as to why the maintainer paraphernalia was in the locker rooms too. Probably a little display type thing for all the visitors. Impress them. The warehouse. Ooh, it smells like bread and socks and clothes. Princess Rilka, hello, you smell Uru. It's a pleasure to have you to the stream. We're just reading some books. What is Myst without reading books? The warehouse, quite a bit of goodies in here, all of which I'm sure most visitors never saw. Pretty bad cave-in from the floor above, although Engberg says structurally the place seems alright. He's doing more detailed inspection soon. Looks like most of these crates are filled with key maintenance type equipment, as well as a variety of spare parts, etc. I don't know. Laxman will have to give this place a good inspection. I'm sure he'll love going through it all. Beyond me, I know that. Beetle cages. You thought were lockers. Actual beetle cages. Convenient cave-in. Not sure how one is supposed to get in the beetle cages without it. No idea how they did it. Link, maybe? Regardless, pretty positive the cages were for beetles. Symbols on the front and quite a bit of remnants in some of the dirtier cages. We'll have to clean those up. Wonder when they all died. Speaking of access, another question. How'd they get to the second floor? Elevators skip the middle floor. More security, I suppose. The second floor. Destruction was a little more substantial than I thought. Looks like it tore out a section of the outer wall even. Going to get out of here until Engbert can come back again. Been a few days, but I'm back. I'm no expert, so I guess I have to trust Engbert, but he says this whole thing is one of the most solid, heavy pieces of construction he's ever seen. It's safe, he assures me. If I die here and someone retrieves this recording, please sue him for me. The second floor looks similar to the first. Outer hall, number of rooms. Have to remember that very few people probably ever walk these halls. There's no access via elevators, stairs, anything to get here. I assume it had to be done via a linking book, which is probably somewhere in the city. I suppose there could be a way to stop those elevators in the middle floor, but I doubt it. Regardless, this floor was extremely secure. Book access only, I'm guessing. J-Rod, hello my friend. It's good to see you. I'm doing spectacular, J-Rod. Now that you're here. Hi. Let's see. Guard lounge. Next to the observation room, at least that's what I assume it was, is what looks like a guard lounge. Looks like they stay here for long amounts of time. There are beds in here as well as couches. I assume these guys manned the window observation post while the visitors were coming in. Guard lockers. More lockers, similar to the set downstairs, although these are manned with some heavy equipment. I'm sure Watson will want to see this stuff and keep it locked up well. In fact, I'm not even going to go into detail about it here. Laxman can write all about this stuff in a later report. I will say, I didn't know the Dunny had these kinds of technology. We've never been there. We can't have access to it. We don't see the guard lockers. I don't think. Gear room. Now I see why this floor was so secure. Looks like the whole power structure for this building is here. Amazing construction. The entire building looks to have been powered by some underground water source that caused it to turn. They implemented a gear that would grab onto teeth in the ground outside and provide them a power source as well. Talk about killing two giant birds with one stone. It's pretty amazing. Power looks somewhat complicated. Seems as though there were at least occasions that power was turned off, as there are obviously controls to do that and then start it again. I'm heading to the top. Wow. I thought this building was big. The main portion is absolutely giant, and rotating too, of course. I'm overcome with the amount of work put into this place just for security. It's everywhere. Almost comical picturing government officials walking the same paths as I am. It's amazing. To get to the other side, looks like one had to walk across the bridge to the rock pinnacle. The first place since we've arrived that we're able to save a link. And it's not big, and there's a massive structure facing you, if you did. Pretty funny to try and picture an army invading, all of them bunched up on the stone waiting for these bridges to rotate. I mean, what the... My gosh. The creatures. These things are something out of a horror movie. I've been up here a little while. I don't see them very often. But when I do, they are scaring me to death. I'm beginning to understand the fences and structures a little better. Perhaps some of them were designed to keep creatures out more than keep visitors in. Don't hang out in these woods unless you have a big gun. Another bridge. To reach the main portion of this place, more security. I will say that the platform between the bridges seems to have eroded. At one time, crossing the bridges was probably a security feature to ensure manageable groups would approach the larger building one at a time, but I would wager it was still a lot easier than it is now. The erosion to the platform between the bridges has made it a little rougher. I suppose the maintainer would like it even more in its current condition. Mudrooms. I'm not sure what to call these things, but they remind me of mudrooms, so I'll call them that. Not much here. Looks like each bridge has a mudroom attached to it, with another group of doors, etc. There doesn't seem to be any kind of decompression or decontamination that went on there. Really, they seem to be nothing more than another spot for another set of doors, another secure location. Training center. I was going to go through each of the rooms here, but after making a quick overview, I think I'll just start with the entire thing. There are 3 types of rooms in the building, 2 of each kind. There's a control room, and a purple and a yellow one. A display room, 1 purple, 1 yellow. And then a conference room, though these aren't colored. I assume there's one for each team. The entire building seems to be centered on the massive wall in the middle. The control rooms control the wall. The display rooms display the uniforms that were worn in the wall. I presume, and the conference room allow the government visitors and high-ranking officials to confer about those training on the wall. See? So control rooms first. I'm not going to go into controls for the wall in this dock. I'll let Laxman do that at some other time. Regardless, the panel here obviously controls the wall. The wall was used for training as well as testing of various suits. I believe the central room can get pretty hot, cold, smoky, or anything else I can imagine pretty quick. It was a competition. Whoever could get to the top quickest. Teams would set up the obstacles and members would race. There's a side terminal that provides access to the display rooms from the control room. Display rooms. Not sure if these were originally display rooms, or maybe they were. Either way, quite a few old maintainer suits in here. There's also the latest maintainer suit, or skin, here. I guess I should say the machine to put on the... Wait, I guess I should say the machine to put on the latest maintainer suit is in here. Now that we've had some time to look at this, it's incredible. We're talking about a suit that was skin tight, had linking abilities, etc. built in. Very high tech as far as maintainer suits go. Very impressive. A maintainer would fall down the chute, and while traveling to the interior room, the wall, the suit would be placed on him. I'm begging to try this thing, but DRC is insisting no one does. Laxman already has someone on it, trying to figure out more. I'm first when they do. I think these rooms could basically be described as team locker rooms. The conference room. Well, I guess these rooms were where the bigwigs sat down and talked about their maintainers. Obviously, they're set up to watch the wall, and there are displays that show the patterns being built and played on the wall. We'll never know, but I can see the guild masters in here watching their teams compete, preparing to send them out to some radioactive fireball age to see if their new suits can stand the elements. The upper portions. I'm not going up now, but we do know the upper portions were used as prison cells. Typically, Denis technology, they had a single linking book that went to all the cells. Since the building was always rotating, a very complicated linking apparatus and timing mechanism was associated with the book. The timing of the link would determine which cell the person linked into. Apparently, it was very tight. Speaking of linking, this entire building is rotating as well. It seems that most visitors came on the path from the well, although there were also books directly to this building. There had to be. It seems that many of them also used the timing mechanism to link into specific rooms. Looks like another new feature designed and built by these guys. One of many, I'm sure. I'm just wondering where the main research labs were. Or better yet, where did everyone sleep or eat? Wow. Hi, Lip. That was a read. What'd you think of that? Fascinating. Curious. This is the place. See, what's interesting is this is the symbol of the Guild of Writers. Right here. This isn't maintainer. This is writers. Very curious. Maybe it was something to show off the capabilities of the maintainer suits for them to be able to write more ages that were more dangerous. I don't know. They talk about... Yeah, this is all writer stuff. Guild of Writers symbols. In depth. So, we're going to go on the other side here to the other conference room because there is a thing that we can get. We're just going to walk there real quick, and then we're going to head back to my Relta. Because we can't actually finish this age yet, and what that means. I'll explain it in a bit. Shiny. This game is monumental in size, in scale, in scope, in world building, and it is meticulous. It is absolutely meticulous. Hold on. I think the conference room was... Let me see. Did we skip the conference room? No, we did not. Okay. Yeah, this is the purple team. This way. Whee! What's amazing too, Lip, is just how this works on a multiplayer level. You don't really get to see it very much in this one, but like just these door mechanisms and how that takes into effect. Oh, there's another big book. That's a really big book. Hold on. Borrow stone. Let's see what this book is before we dig into stuff. It might be a key book. We'll see. This is short. We'll read this. This is Mustafar? I know, right? This is short. The key. Base functions. Denis number 3 on the backside of all these devices. 3 functions? There's certainly more than that. 3 core functions? In any case, it's a convenient name. Key. The number 3 looks like the words key. Nexus interface. The Nexus seems to be just an interpreter for key data. Keys allow users to provide or decline book access to other keys. I think we can make this work for neighborhoods as well. Age names defined in the key appear in the Nexus, or should. Interpersonal communication. Obviously the most important function. Voice or text communication to other key users. Inter or intra-age. It doesn't seem to matter. Image capture, storage, and transfer. A single button press captures an image and stores it within an appropriate age directory. Images can be sent to other keys as well as uploaded to some imagers, depending on versions. Seems main servers coordinated this functionality. Might be tough to revive. Oh, it's revived. Journal entry, storage, and transfer. Fairly simple. Write notes, store 'em. Again, server handles transfer journal, key to key or key to imager. Markers. The ability to drop and collect markers at the operator's present location in an age. Layers of functionality here requires more research. Perhaps this feature could be tapped to help with the GZ problem. That's the Great Zero. Interesting. Doors. In this age, the key, even at its most basic level, opened level 1 doors. Level 2 and 3 doors required higher versions. There is much more variety to these devices than we first suspected. The dispenser is capable of handing out at least 5 versions and possibly more. Feature set varies widely. There must have been a system to control and track these devices. Where? Imager built into the unit is surprisingly compact and efficient. Uses the same blasted lattice compression system, for lack of a better word. Have to crack that. Powerful projection for something that fits on the top of a hand. Markers. Purpose. Perhaps a training tool for maintainers. Markers could be set up in recruits and or lower ranks. Run through the course. Interface. Keys interact with markers in 3 ways. Team capture. Once all the markers are placed, there are 2 teams that can collect markers. The key registers the marker in the respective team. Markers can vanish after a time limit or after all have been registered. Markers must be in same age. Test. Can markers be reset? Hold. Again, 2 teams. Markers only vanish after a preset time limit has expired. Markers do not disappear upon being activated, although server keeps track of what team is holding it. Server summarizes team holding most markers at the end of the time limit. Markers must be in same age. Single capture. Only one individual key can register markers. Markers also carry text. Entire marker set can be sent via key to another key anywhere in the system. Markers can be placed in any age. Markers themselves seem identical to those produced by the Great Zero. In fact, I'm positive the same technology is being used, if not the Great Zero itself. It's possible the keys are communicating with the Zero itself and writing these marks anywhere they are. Registered. Problems with that theory? Maintainer marks, etc. Key registration. Key tracks of other keys on 3 levels. Intra-age. Any other key within the age is logged and displayed. Key to key. Any individual key can be registered for specific tracking. As a result, no matter where that key is, journals, photos, etc. can be sent and communication can occur. Perhaps this was used for temporary or semi-permanent team missions. For our purposes, a friends list. Groups. The key also recognizes groups somehow related to the Nexus. It seems possible, if properly configured, to support neighborhood lists with this function. Oh, so much going on there. Okay, Lip, I'm gonna give you my book. We have explored all that we can here. Come to me, Lipilagos. You need to be close, real close, closer. We gotta get intimate here. Get real close. There we go. Key glyph. I know, right? It's the key. Wait there, Lip. I'm going to touch this stone. So we see this stone here. And it links. It's different than Denis technology, right? They have the books. These stones offer a similar kind of effect. And it takes me to the rooftop in the city. One of many. This is a Dakota rooftop. So it's looking out over. This is a Dakota rooftop. There's the museum there. Yeah, that's all it does. I'm going back to my Relto. I wonder what age I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do... Oof. Hi! I got stuff now! And if you notice on my calendar over here, don't fall off, we have a shiny. Look at that. This is the number 1. January. Collect all of them. We get a surprise. Hooray! Lip, also, if you need to leave at any point, don't have me keep you, okay? Oh my gosh, it is midnight already. Holy smokes. Let's do Teledon. Lip, stay here. I'll be right back. No problem, Cheese Viking. Thank you for hanging out, man. It's an absolute pleasure. Oh, this is my most favorite game in the world. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be back again tomorrow night, too. Doing at least the main content. Probably finish it up then. The main content. There's a lot more. The first journey. We are starting here, but we're going to go back. I'm back, Lip. Come in. I will unlock the book for you. By all means. All yours. Teledon is beefy. Welcome to Teledon, my friends. This place is another personal favorite. It's so good. You link into this home. You even see this little map over here. This is of the island that we are currently on. It's so wooden. You just wait, my friend. You don't even know yet. I'm gonna let you walk. I will follow behind you because it is a delight. Hi, Lip. Hi. Fungi, my friend. Take a walk out. Oh, this is till the dawn. Oh, this is my favorite place. One of my favorite places. All of them my favorite place. Ooh, excuse me. Lip is playing too. Yeah. Listen to this beautiful sounds. What you're looking at, Lip, is a harvesting and an extraction of the fungi. It's used as a recipe for making a sort of bread by the guild of, was it artisans, cooks, something. Second biggest mushroom you've ever seen. I know, right? This place is so fascinating. Look at the life. Do you see any creatures? There's a lot of them. They have sound. Mars, but make it mushroom. So this is the central power plant. This is where they derive all their energy. It's from this machine. How it works, I'm going to show you, Lip. It's really interesting. So, we're in actual nighttime. So, what happens is, right here's a button. And it's got the number 3 on it, in Denis. Which means that you press it 3 times. It means you just press it 3 times. It's sent out these extenders and this dish. What's great, Lip, I want you to look through that periscope now and play around with it. It now works. That doesn't work, but look in that periscope we looked at earlier, because I want to show people this. And this is really, I think, absolutely fascinating. No problem, Space Frog. Yeah, play around with it. You can do things with it. There should be some buttons. Oh, he was. He pushed some things. I saw that, Lip. I see you moving it. Okay. So now watch. Watch this, Lip. Watch. You can exit the periscope now. Cue Jeopardy music. I'm curious to get us. Now watch. I want you to go look up at the periscope. I mean, not look at the periscope. Look up above. Look way up above. Watch. You can see me actually controlling this thing, moving it to the right and to the left. So let's see. We're gonna wait just 1 second. Here it comes. Here it comes. So what I did, Lip, was that I had to line it up with that rapidly moving celestial body, which powers this thing. It's like a solar thing, but it's not the sun. Because then we would be having crazy gravity. We'd be spinning so fast. And so these large arms are powering other areas. It's crazy. That one doesn't work. I'll show you why. Follow me. So you want to see why that's stuck? Follow it. Follow that trail. You'll see why it's stuck. Because it leads to this machinery that's completely broken and destroyed. What its purpose was, don't entirely know. But this machinery over here does work. Do you want to get into this bucket? Or I'll get into the bucket. I'll get into the bucket. Lip, if you want to pull that lever. There's a lever over there. Pull it. No problem, Space Brook. Thanks for hanging out. It was an absolute pleasure. Have a wonderful evening. Lip, if you want, go back into the mushroom area there. There may or may not be an elevator. I'll see you in a second. Oh, no. Leave it. Don't pull it. Leave it there. You're great. It's a timed thing. You could technically do this yourself as well. But only one person per thing. Whee! Bye, Lip! Goodbye! Goodbye, Lip! Farewell! Let's see the antennas following the sun. Can we see Lip? There he is! There he is! Right there, he's running in! This is amazing! Is. Am I gonna move? See if it moves around. Okay. So what we're doing is this is a release. I'll be right there, Lip. I think this is down. Yes, it is. Hi, Lip. Welcome to my parlor, my friend. So, look. This is interesting. Are these buoys here? Buoys below that are floating. Mushroom pieces. What have you. It's fascinating. Do you want to go for the ride, Lip? You want to go take the ride? I want you to take the ride. I'll go get the ride for you. Come on. It was cool to watch you run up the catwalk from where we were. It was very cool. Oh, stop pushing buttons, Lip. What button did you push? Oh, you took the elevator? I'll be right there. Hold on. The wheels are moving. And that's the thing, right? It always does. The multiplayer aspect of this just creates this other weird layer. Hi, Lip. Nice dance moves. Do you want to push the button again? Woo! I'm inside you right now, Lip. I like the moves. Wow! Wow! You're clipping into me. So what happened, Lip, was you activated a manual thing that turned on the buckets, right? As you can see over here, that was connected to the other spinning, like, you know, screws of the major power source. It activates the power in this facility. What they're doing is essentially scooping up the mushrooms and like dumping them here, used as a delicacy in making food and stuff like this. But you can also look out into these view holes. You can see the working machinery and the oh, and look, the little creature that flew by. How cute. Yep, you see the machinery. And what's interesting, though, is that it's actually real time. So if you were to actually go down and, like, turn off all the machinery, I could watch you do that from here. It's very cool. Yep, no controls. Yep, you only see a static image. Now, we have to then ask ourselves these questions of, like, what is all this? There's a control panel here, Lip. What in the world? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no, I broke it. Yep, I broke it. Oh no. So that is draining water, is what I'm doing right now is draining the water that is below this room. I can also set to turn on the lights. You can turn on the lights here, and now this thing grew green, which means that I'm unlocking something. It's interesting. This left side panel here is what controls the canisters that are grabbing stuff. We can make it do a constant rotation with its currently at, or a single rotation that goes out but not back in, which allows people then to jump back in and take that ride. And then this executes that activity. But I'm legit right now stuck. I guess I can go be in third-person mode right now. So it's curious what that all means, Lip. Let's go for another ride, shall we? Apidad says, this is your favorite game of all time. Okay, Apidad. Okay, one second. Hold on. Hold on. We got a lot. We got to ask some major questions here. Okay. So, Apidad, this is technically the 4th game in the series. Or 5th game in the series. But in reality, there's a number 5. It's weird. This is an MMORPG. It is a game that is Tolkien-esque in its world building. It is enormous in terms of scale and scope and vision, but it failed dramatically. And you never got to see the entirety of its vision. So we never got to see where they wanted to go and what they wanted to do. Although we know where they were going, but we didn't get to see it. And it's a shame. Jared asked the question of what's the point of this game? So to talk about the point of the game, we have to talk about the story, right? The original Myst is about this man, Atris, who had 2 sons. Atris was a member of the Denis race. These people that had this ability to write books that could link to other worlds. And his sons were greedy, evil, and wanted that power for themselves. And so their dad trapped them. But he was also trapped and you had to save him. That was the point of the original Myst. The sequel, Riven, is about Atris wanting your help because his father, again, is like his sons, this very evil, egotistical, god complex kind of person. He himself is trapped in an age that Atris put him in. This age of Gen's creation, and it's a bad age. It sucks. Gen is a terrible writer. He believes in this weird thing about efficiency and things like this, which is against the core tenets of what a writer should be. So it's an unstable age, and Atris is constantly working to make changes to this place to stabilize it, because his wife's trapped there as well. And you have to go and save her and get out, but also trap Gen in a book so that he doesn't die in that age, but Atris may be able to rehabilitate him at some point. Myst 3 and 4 are about the brothers. Not important. What is important is that they had a child, Yisha. They had another girl who's very talented in writing. And they believed her to be this prophesied person to bring order and revitalize the Denis people. They had all perished from a disease. Almost all of them had perished from a disease that happened. It's complicated as to why that happened, and it's a big story. If you read, there's a book that is about that. Now we go into Uru. Yisha is attempting to revitalize the cavern and make right the wrongs that the Denis people did. So there's this draw of people to these caves. That's who we are. And to learn about the Denis. There's a group called the Denis Restoration Council, a group of people that want to appropriate Denis culture and technology and use it for their own means. They're not necessarily evil, but they have this romanticized vision of what this civilization was about. In reality, it's not all roses. They're pretty terrible people. They may not have been so, externally, but the things that they really did on the inside, there's corruption and slavery of a sort, and it's really fascinating. Yeah, 8-Bit Dad, there are 6 games total in the Myst franchise. This is the 5th one, although the 6th game is Myst 5. And yes, this is also, early 2000s. And so right now we came to a place in Arizona. We felt this call, and it was a call that Yisha put out for people. And she wants you to make right the wrongs that the Denis people did to what she calls the least. She mentions the least all the time. There are these creatures called the Barrow. We haven't gotten there yet in the story, but we're gonna get there. And she wants us to go to these ages and find these cloths with these hands on them, to find them, to help release these creatures. And it's also to then highlight the wrongs of the Denis people and these issues, but also you're getting a sense of what the Denis Restoration Council was all about, what they were trying to do, and ultimately failed in doing. And it was an evolving story that was supposed to be happening in real time. And you'd have these recurring characters that were GMs that would be playing and opening up new ages and places for you to explore, as well as offering these grandiose puzzles, these large-scale goals that people would be working towards together as a community, which we haven't gotten into yet. there's an age called Arcana, which is all about revitalizing the health of the bioluminescent algae and plankton that fill the seas of the underground city of Denis, because they were polluted and damaged, and people having to make these recipes for these nutritional pellets that they would feed this algae to make it glow brighter and have a more brighter and vibrant city. This is something that was done over huge periods of time, of like years, not something that could be handled in a week, and having to experiment with recipes to make more potent pellets. It's really interesting. Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy 10 and 10 too. Exactly. But what makes this game so amazing and so spectacular is that its world building is monumental. When I say Tolkien is in nature, it absolutely is. How everything works makes sense. There is such a rich and vibrant history that they've crafted. These worlds feel alive and truly alive. It's world building that you don't see in games, even in modern day. And I know a lot of people have this major infatuation with games that are heavy in lore or really big in scale, but they don't truly feel alive. In this place where you're exploring a dead civilization, it feels so alive that the creatures are real creatures. They really focus on the hierarchy of, predator and prey, and the life cycle of creatures and of plants, and they focus on day-night cycles, and they focus on symbiosis of creatures, but they also work on mechanical engineering and how things operate, and they create these rules that are so fascinating, and they stick to those rules, and they make sense. And even though you may not know a lot about those things from the get-go, you experiment and start to understand that stuff. It becomes this amazing place that is something where a lot of people, people are always like, I'd love to live in, the world of Animal Crossing. It's like, this place feels like a real place. It's not just like, oh, that'd be fun. It's genuinely tantalizing. It's fascinating. It's so amazing. And I love games. Let's see, hold on. Let's see, in Redox, throw enormous to... Oh, okay. Yay! And Redox threw enormous to me, to you, says hi. Hi, Redox. You can see how much people enjoy them just by hearing them talk about it. But here's the thing, right? I understand it's not for everybody, right? There is an end goal. There is actually a linear story involved in here. Multiple linear stories that we actually go through. We will go through. But the game was incomplete. It didn't get subscriptions. People weren't interested in it. They'd go through the single player content, not interested in the multiplayer content that they were providing, because that made my day. You see how the lamp moved on the top there? It rumbled. They didn't embrace it. People didn't like it. Myst is always supposed to be first person and no moving around. Like, it was static images. That's what it is. And this was different, and people didn't like that. It wasn't what they were expecting. Yet it was far more advanced, far more complex than anything at that time. And the fact that it was a massively multiplayer game. There were puzzles that require, 10 people to solve, simultaneously working together to make things easier. And most puzzles in the linear story can be done with one person, can be done easier with two. There are a couple that do need a partner to do. First person still shots, exactly. Oh, my camera got fixed. Yes. Oh, I was worried. This is, hi Lip, how's it going? This is Douglas Sharper's bedroom. The owner of the Age, way before, when Dunny was still alive, they would have resided here. But this is where Douglas Sharper, one of the DRC people, left. And so you should, Lip. This is where the owner of the Age would be. It exchanged many hands in its history. And what's interesting is The age itself even has a symbol. This right here, when I talked earlier in the game about there being these engraving symbols that represented the owners of this home, this place, this is another one. This is a symbol. It's the name of the person who owned it, represented 4 different times. This is the writing of it. I don't know who owned it in particular. I don't know what it says. But that was theirs, and this was their room where they looked out and saw things. They could view the age that they were in. This is the bay. What's interesting is that you can look through this part here, and you see other areas of this island that you can't access. Not yet, at least. Good night, Information Delete. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for coming and listening to me rant. Oh my goodness. And you can look at these things here. I'm gonna sit down and we can look at these images. He's large. By far. Something there. There's a person and there's this creature. There's more in this creature. Let me see this. I gotta write this down. 1 second. Gotta take notes. It's important. Hey, Hilly and Jean, thank you for coming in and hanging out. I'll be playing this again tomorrow night. Going through this stuff for preparation for the new content coming on Friday. That's why I'm playing this right now. We had to make a mad dash to play this right away, 8-Bit Dad, because there's new content coming on Friday. A half-dissected thing is freaky. Oh, that you don't even know, my friend. Okay. Writing this down. Don't mind me. You see a 3 key. There we go. How's that look? Accurate enough? So we have 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. That's 3. 6, 7, 2, 4. Okay. Atmospheric diffuse, but powerful still. Exactly. It's true. So, in order from left to right going into AU is 4715362. Fryman Safe Haven series warranty information card. Thank you for your purchase of the Fryman Safe Haven 3. As with all our aquariums, the Safe Haven models come with 1-year unlimited warranty. In order to take full advantage of the Fryman guarantee, please fill out the registration card you received with your aquarium. Accessing the safe. For Safe Haven 2 models, the lower portion of the tank is accessed via the Safe button. This Safe button is located directly above the patented central feeding hole on the back side of the aquarium. For Safe Haven 3 and 4 models, the Safe button is built into the light on-off switch. Press the light switch for longer than 3 seconds and the lower portion of the tank will open. Look here, there's this creatures. There is, that's the number 1 and the number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 1 and 7. The bucket, something, something, something. You're standing on the aquarium. Let me just say, yeah, okay, let's see. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to look 1 second. Look. Registration card, Douglas Sharper, Safe Haven 3. All right, I'm coming to look, Lip. Hi, Lip. I thought you were on the. See, he's raising flappers. Oh. Thatched roof for your player housing. Yep. Here, Lip. Stay right. Oh, jeez. Stay right there. Don't move a muscle. Actually, move a muscle. Can you move like into me? Move close, Lip. Move close. Move into me. Move into me, Lip. Like directly into me. Clip through my body. Let my body be one with you. Oh, I don't think I can share it. I don't think I can. Never mind, Lip. Never mind, Lip. You're great. Don't use the book. Don't use the book. Not a good idea. That's Sharper's office. It's complicated. We'll get to it. And the helmet. Yes. Oh, the helmet. Yes. That's a maintainer's helmet. This creature, this obsession. What does it mean? Let's go downstairs. Let's go downstairs, Lip. Come with me. So yeah, when we talk about game design, meanings, and motives, the intention of this game is very much to also highlight this gross romanticization of a culture, also the gross appropriation of a culture, this idea that what you're exploring is perfect and amazing in all of its glory, and how it is not at all what it seems necessarily. And we're going to see that right now. Lip, do you see any changes in this room? I'm curious. It's darker. Look below, Lip. Look below. We've drained the water of this place. We drained it. The water is gone. I drained it with the controls up above. And released the lock that is on this door that you are standing on. Now we can crawl down. This is amazing. So the owner of this island was originally used by bakers as a delicacy. But then it came in the hands of somebody else. And they used it for something else. And we're going to see that right now. Wonder what they used it for. Lip, you're just stomping on my head. On the ladder. Ow, 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 ow. So this, of course, is the drainage where the water had got pumped out into. And we're following it along. Look at this. Oh, this right here, Lip. Oh, my giblies. Look. Look. Those aren't Barrow symbols. Those aren't Denise symbols. Welcome to the bone room. Welcome to my bone room. I don't know how well this puzzle's gonna do. We're gonna see. Always a bone room. So I think it's... Is it 1, 3, and 5? Or is it... I think it's 1, 3, and 5 that I need to do. Let me test something. 1 is here. Be careful. Okay, Lip, I need you to stand on... Let's see. This one over here. Stand on this one. Stand on that. Hold on. Okay, it's not. It is the other way around. Okay. And of course, as you notice, here on the floor, the symbol of... I think that's Yisha. Is that Yisha? That is not Yisha. That is someone else. A symbol of whoever owned this place. It's got a book. It's got some crazy swirls. Is it Yisha? It might be Yisha. Yeah, this is still Yisha's symbol, I think. Alright, so what we need is 2, 3, 6, and 7. Okay. Or not 2, 3, 6, and 7. Yeah, oh. Sorry, 2, 4, 6, and 7. Okay, so we need a rock here. Waited. Yay. Can you take that rock off that platform that's right there by you? Oh, this one right here. Never mind. I got it. So we need something on this guy here. There. So that's 4 and 7. And 2 and 6. Oh, take things off those other ones. Oh, well, you moved the bones onto the wrong plate. There, whew, thank you. Okay, Lip, can you stand on this for a second? Thank you. Okay, so that's 2. Whoa, no. Oh, okay, that's fine. 1 second. Change the combination. You can walk in now. You can walk in. Come on in. The water's fine. So yeah, so this is actually setting the combination, and you can alter it to be whatever you like. The symbols that I created here, that's the map of the prison, and what the plates, what numbers they correspond to. Calendar shinies, calendar shinies. Oops. We are officially on the other side of the island. We're inland now. This is where mostly flappers feed. That's the guys that are... You saw in the aquarium. That's these creatures. They're called flappers. these devices that are over here. Watch this. This is a great puzzle. Hey, is this the right one? Oh no, did I not power this? Hold on. I thought this was powered. There we go. Best puzzle ever. Best puzzle ever. It was jammed. It was just jammed. No big deal. So this device mechanism here, Lip, you use it and you wonder, what is this for? What does this do? I'm curious. Use it. See what it does. There's a little lever here. It's interesting. It's not going to chop your head off. This is Myst. Weird, right? Doesn't solve a puzzle. It's not used for anything in particular. What it is, it's a flapper feeder. These things provide nutrients and food for the flappers. It attracts them onto the island. They want to feed from here. Interesting. What would that be used for, you ask? Well, Lip, I'm glad you did. Because there's a whole other world here. We're at the beach. We'll get to where the answer to that question in but a moment. Welcome, my friend. I want you to stare out into the bay. It's very important that you do so. As we approach through these various buildings here, you may hear some sounds, some guttural utterances from the bay area. It's important to keep your eye out on the bay as we approach it, because you may see something. You may just see something. You've been seeing an image over and over again, like an obsession, like right here. Look at this. What is this thing? Why do we obsess over it all the time? Curious. Huh, I wonder. This is like a Dunny calendar. I don't know. Maybe it's a coordinate system? Like there's things there. I've never truly understood what this represents. I don't know yet. I don't know. There's more. There's so much more. We'll take the stairs up. Through this door. This is the main goal. This is what's interesting, right? When you come through the doorway in this passage here, this door here is Yisha's door, right? You got the hand symbol. The goal is to find all of the cloth handprints for each age and then come to the door located here, or there's one in every age, essentially. And then it shows you like, hey, you need all the handprints. Almost there. I'd also like to notate that, look at the ground, Flip. What's that? Oh my, fascinating. That's the maintainer's mark. One of many. Now if we follow this way, we will see something interesting. Hi, Lip. Here's the machinery again. Loud and uproarious. We are actually on the other side. The catwalk is broken, so you can't naturally get here unless you go all the way around and circumvent it. We lowered this gate. Why would we do such a thing? I don't know, Lip. It's a mysterious mystery. But yeah, normally the catwalk would be open. You'd be able to have access to it, but it is broken due to disrepair and falling gigantic mushrooms. We don't want to jump. That would be a bad idea. I'm doing all these things to show you one very cool thing, and I'm curious to know if it's going to happen or not. We're going to find out in a minute. Follow me. We're going. This is my favorite age. I love it oh so much. Okay. Keep an eye out to the distance. Keep an eye on the distance. You may see it. This is very important. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Just listen. Listen for the beast. We're gonna take steps backwards. Maybe we'll see it and we cross by. Maybe we won't. Who knows? If not, that's okay. It happens. Come on, buddy. He's not showing his face today. So what actually would happen, that creature that we saw so many models of and pictures of, it's a thing that's around here. It's called Shroomy. And it lives out in the bay. And it comes here to feast on the flappers. Here's the thing. Not needed whatsoever. But if you turn off all the machinery, or lower the gate first, that gate that I lowered, turn off all the machinery because this is loud, it scares Shroomy. Feed the flappers, it will get, and if you do so once a day, multiple times a day, it will get closer and closer and closer in the bay. You'll see it. And it's a beautiful beast. It is a beautiful beast. What are you doing, Lip? I see you got that. Do you know what you have in your hands right now? It's a weapon of mass destruction, my friend. So essentially where we are on this island is the island where the part where they do clandestine slave trading of non-indigenous peoples. We don't really know who they were trading, but they would actually take them to an age and hunt them for sport. Hey! Oh, this is also, sorry, this is part of the puzzle. Un momento, por favor. This device is used for something. So we can observe that there is a ladder and some rocks. And the ladder has been lowered. There's this counterweights that are keeping this other portion of the island unnoticeable. Did I touch this? Yeah. Okay. We're making our way. We're doing things. I am missing a lot of pages. I did not touch a lot of things, apparently. Let's see. Now we need... How do we get up there? We jump. Whee! Jumping's a little weird, I know. Oh, you're gonna get it, Lip. I believe in you. We're gonna see you one day, Shroomy, I promise. And this is the real headquarters of the most recent owner when they were using this as a clandestine slave trade. This is where they were running their operation, their real office. You can tell there are shackles on the ground. They kept people shackled here. There he is! No, no. I heard him. I heard you, Shroomy. Oh no. We missed him. I heard him though. I heard you, buddy. Yep, and they would sell them here. It's crazy. But this is also the place where we see the map. It's sideways for some reason right now. That's actually kind of weird. It was not normally sideways. That's not normal. Oh, it righted itself. There he is again. I hear you, Shroomy. That was weird. The map was, oh, jeez, the map was sideways and then it was right ways. I'm not coming down. I'm not trying to do that. All right, we might go down and see if he's there. This map is of the age that we are on, and it shows a variety of different places and different things, including a place where there is a maintainer outpost, a place where there's a lot of shroomies, and we're located, we're the smallest island. You can see there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big islands there. We are none of those. We are all the way over here. No, we're actually not. We're this guy right here. We're that island right there. That's us. I believe. I think. But this is, yeah, the island of the entirety of its, the map of the entire age. It's very fascinating. It's exciting. There's so much to see, so much to do. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? I apparently didn't touch 2 handprints. What this door? What is this? Oh, snap. I don't know where I'm missing the handprints. I'm missing 2 of them. Hold on. I think I was just not paying attention. Let's see. We're going the long way. Because we can complete this age right now. And then once we complete this age, we'll probably, I'm going to go visit the Watcher's Pub real quick, and then we'll probably call it a night. The Watcher's Pub is where a lot of people are right now, because that's where the big changes are going to be. What? Lip, did you push some buttons? Oh, we just reset the 2. There we go. You see that book there? Oh, interesting. I might not have touched this one. I don't think I touched Sharper's office. No, I touched that one. What am I missing? What am I missing? Trying to run it all in my head of where everything is. I hope you're enjoying. Sorry. It's a lull. This is, yeah, the game I love the most. It's not fancy. It isn't high stakes. It isn't intense skill based. It is all about just lore, knowledge, understanding. Oh, there's the one on the other side of the... Okay, so I think I didn't do Sharper's office, and I didn't do the other side of the hut. There's one on the other side of the hut. Lip is on Shroomy Watch. Lip, I'm going to turn off the machinery too. After I do Sharper's office and stuff like that. I'm going to turn off the machinery because I want to see if we see Shroomy. Handprint on the other side of this one. I don't think I touched Sharper's office. Let's see. I did. Yep, that was the one. Coming back. Shumi's playing Fall Guys like everybody else, right? Like everybody else. All right. Turn off the machinery here. Oh, let's see if Lip's over there. Hi, Lip. You over here, buddy? Lip. It's all quiet now. It's so quiet. I'm coming over there, Lip. I'll be there in a minute. I've got to make a long trek. So we got to go back down the way we came, all the way around. Because typically if I had the handprint over on the other side, I could just link back to my Rolto and jump back there real fast. But I don't. So I have to make the long walk all the way around, back down. Because my last handprint that I did was Sharper's office, not over on the other side of the building. That was old water. Wrong cup. That's disgusting. Stay away from rogue Jedi. They're all in Mustafar. The younglings! You killed the younglings! Anakin, I have the high ground. Yeah, so I just obsess over this. I just read over and over and over again. I stare at the maps and I'm like, this is where we're going. This is what we're supposed to find. This is what they were going to expand upon. We've seen all of Teledon that they've shown. There was more Teledon to be shown. They allude to things. Douglas Sharper, this is his age that he was in charge of in terms of the restoration efforts. He had found a lot of information and did some exploration because he wanted to hunt Shroomy. Yeah, he wanted to hunt Shroomy, And in so doing, he lured a shroomy. He followed it on its way back to where its nest was, learned about these creatures, grew a more appreciation of them and fascination, but also alludes to other places, and those places we would have seen. These things we started to learn to know more about these creatures, their relationships with each other, as well as what the Dunny used this age for primarily. The younglings. All right, let's see if we see get a shroomy sighting. Things are quiet now. How's it going, Lip? Any shroomy sightings? He's typically triggered by going down this catwalk. I hear him. There he is! Do you see him? Way out there. Shroomy! Shroomy, I see you, buddy. Now that it's quiet, I'll feed you. Don't worry. I'll feed you. It's Shroomy. If you come down this catwalk, you could maybe trigger Shroomy for yourself. I don't know if you saw Shroomy, but I saw Shroomy. Did you see her? Did you see her, Lip? Did you see Shroomy? Shroomy is instanced as well. So like when I see Shroomy, you don't see Shroomy. But you can walk up and you'll hear it and you might see it. Just keep walking forward. Maybe you'll see her. Maybe Shroomy only shows herself to those that truly believe. Feed the Shroomy, yes, feed the Shroomy. So I'm gonna touch the hand cloth over here because I want to come back here. There's reasons why I want to come back here, but more than just Shroomy, but other reasons. So watch. All right, Lip. This is where we're gonna part ways. I'm gonna enter through this door. It won't do anything for you. You can go back to Relto and go to the... Oh! Go to the neighborhood, Lip. Go to the neighborhood. I will see you there. We'll play some Ioheek. Goodbye, my friend. And that sound is the least. Listen to what she has to say. You won't understand. How could you? She doesn't talk in normal sentences. She says weird things. But things she does say, the more you listen, the more you understand. You start to get the crazy, you know. Your brain gets a little crazy. It did. Are you in the...
Your journey has begun. You can't imagine how these small things affect the future. But someday you will. You will return. Many paths have brought me to this place. The path of my great-grandmother, bringer of destruction. The path of my grandfather, the rebuilder of pride. The path of my mother, writer of dreams. And of my father, my dear father, the caretaker of burdens. And I knew that at the end of such great paths must lay a great purpose. I returned to the cleft to find it. Cleft. The fissure in the desert, the wound in the earth. The path to things beneath the surface. It was there I sought to find my purpose. It was from there I came to know the dead underground city of Denis. These Denis people who are now gone came thousands of years ago to the shelter of the cavern to return to leastness. They found solace in their smallness in the dark. And so did I. But light is powerful in the darkness. Did you see the hidden caves and the cages? It is where the proud would keep the least. The least were only animals, after all. Animals that could blink. They could be put to work or play. They could ease the burden of the proud and fill their free time with entertainment. Quietly as Denis slept, their lives were taken because the proud make the rules. This wasn't the first time such a blasphemy was part of Denis. The histories whisper of it, like Vatug the Acher or King Asimlef. And even in this age, it may not be the last.
So she mentions these two kings.
And now to these pillars. These 4 pillars around you are the very being of the Bahro. You must take them. They will bring a great treasure to Relto, your age, the island in the clouds. Relto will be their keeper for only a brief time.
Okay. So she talked about things. The first set of talks she talked about is like what happens when you first get to this place. Always the same message. Then the second message that she gave you is very specific to the age that you were in. Third message she set was, again, for the first time that you're here. It says like, hey, touch his handprint. See what happens. And it's gonna give us this pillar. So this also, okay, no problem. Thank you, dude, Apedead. It was a pleasure to have you. I'll be back again tomorrow night if you want to see more. I will be here again tomorrow night around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. To do more, to talk more. She is, yeah. People also have to understand that Isha is a unreliable narrator. Isha isn't completely right. She also is very much like, Denis sucks. Denis terrible. She's like, oh, did you see those shackles? They're holding the least, the Barrow. They weren't. They were holding other things prisoner. Those weren't the Barrow. But she was like, it is. It's them. And it's like, it's not. It's still terrible. But it wasn't exactly that. She's an unreliable narrator in this instance. And it's really interesting how her viewpoint is one of a very extreme versus the Denis Restoration Council is very much like, the Denis are great, they're amazing, they can do no wrong, they're spectacular. Then there's Yisha, who's like, they're the worst, they're the most despicable people on the face of the planet, and, you know, horrible, they don't deserve any of the stuff that they received. And then you have these other cast of characters that are all very different and kind of in between. It's very interesting. But have a good night, Dad. It was a pleasure to have you. Have a good night. So now what we gotta do is we gotta just make the leap into the abyss. The starry expanse. And we link out. And we go back to our Relto. We continue that process through all the different ages. I'm gonna meet Lip for a game at Ayohik. Maybe we'll play a little bit. And then I'm gonna go see what's going on in the Watcher's Pub. We got a new fix thing here. You can see it's got the mushrooms, the representation of Teledon. All along there on the base too. So I'm going back to the neighborhood. We're gonna go see Lib. I'm gonna play a game at Ayohik. It's meant for a lot more players than just two, but let's see if the Heeks tables even work. They used to be so broken, they just didn't. Another person. Shara, hello! How are you today? You wouldn't happen to be up for a game of Ayohik, would you? Real person, yes, Jared. That is a real person. That's Denise Girl, is the name. Yes? No? We don't get very many people to be able to do that. Yes? No? The offer is always on the table. No worries. If you ever want to. I'm gonna start a game up here. Lipilcos, where are you, my friend? Come sit at the tables. This way. Yeah. So you have a seat in this chair. Down seats down here. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors. Okay? The pen beats the book. The book beats the beetle. Beetle beats the pen. And we select our choices. It's up to 5 different players can play. It's really great. So you make your selection. Books. The goal is to have a victory of 3 with the same object. So win 3 times with the pen. You know, win 3 times with the book. That sort of thing. Ah, you got me. Sneaky, sneaky. Well, the heat tables are working. I'm happy with this. Ah! It's awesomer when there's 5 people. And what's great is you'll also notice that in all the stations there's numbers of the Dunning number system. Gotcha. So yeah, you're sitting at table 4. I'm reading it like a book. Ah. No. And what's cool is there's a countdown in the center of the image, or that is the Dunning number system as a countdown. Like, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4. Yes. No. It's a tied game right now. This is intense. Intense rock, paper, scissors. No. And so, like, there's rankings. You're a rank 1 player with 100 points, right? And you'll go up in ranks and points based on the people you compete with. I'm curious, and I've never seen anybody more than 100. Ever. I was gonna do book, And then I was like, no, he'll think. No. No, Lip! My flight money. Now I'm on the ropes. Ah, you won! GG. Good job. I'm now rank 1 with 99 points. So what do you think of that, Lip? Hey, Dunny's girl. You want to come and play? Have a seat. If you want. If we didn't break the table, we might have. We'll see. There we go. 3 players. Let's do this. Please don't break the table. Oh, man. We're all on the same wavelength here. Our brains are united as one. And that's a standstill again, because everybody beats everything. Oh my goodness! Wow, we are really reunited and it feels so right. What is going on? There we go. Let's see, fingers crossed. What are we gonna do? If I go red, are you going blue? Oh, man. I'm too excited for rock, paper, scissors. Ah. I'm happy that the IO Hate tables are working. I've never, it's been a while since I've played, but they never seem to work. Oh no! Yep, we're almost there. Slow. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Ha ha ha! Take that, Lip. Oh, so close. How about a game of lucky hit? Are you hearing her, Lip? I'm not seeing her on my chat at all. Lip, you won! Again! Good game. Good game. Good job, Lip. I'm gonna go to the Watchers Pub. That's where a lot of people are gathering because there's a lot of the new content and stuff's gonna be popping up there. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Denise Girl, for playing along. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful evening. So we just gotta go to the Nexus, to the Watchers Pub. I'm not seeing her in the text chat. Weird. I'm not seeing... Huh. Yeah, I didn't see her at all in the text chat. Strange. What was she saying? Because I didn't know. I didn't know. Going to the Watchers Pub. There's 3 there. There's 8. Okay, I'm going to the Watchers Pub to see what is going on there. And then I gotta call it a night. I'm tired. It's late. We may have only completed one of the ages, but Greason will be super quick to take down. And then there's just 2 more. They're also super easy. Shara, hello. How are you folks doing today? Hope you're all doing well. Hi. I'm apparently having some issues where I'm not seeing text chat, maybe. Someone wants to type in hello. We'll see how it goes. I'm totally not seeing text chat. That's weird. How's it going with there, Rice? Enjoying yourself behind the curtain? There we go. Hi, Caver. How's it going? All right, perfect. I'm seeing things. I had some issues there. I'm getting the weirdest audio artifacts. Sorry. Weird. I'll just go with text. Easier. And so we got a message from Rice. Yep, he's enjoying his time behind the curtain. That's funny. Rice is sneaky. There's the tree. So essentially the Watchers Pub, for those that don't know. No problem, Lip. It was a pleasure. Oh, that's what was happening. She targeted you. That's why. Okay. So this is the Watchers Pub. This was... Oh, we got another message. No books yet. Okay. So he's seeing inside where the books are gonna be that are gonna lead to the thing. And so the Watcher's Pub was a gathering place for followers of the Grower, the self-proclaimed Grower, which is Kadish. We saw his gallery. There's also an age that we'll be going to called Kadish Toleza, which is his vault age, which I mentioned in my tour that I did. This is the Path of the Shell. We are right now doing the Path of the Cloth, which is Yisho's journey. It's the handprints. And the Path of the Shell is Erkana and Anone. Erkana is where you make the pellets that feed the lake, and Anone is the grand age that Kadish created to declare himself the Grower, using miracles, performing all the miracles that this Grower should be doing. It's really fascinating. Oops. Okay, I do have to get going. My youngest got in bed, my wife, and she's like, I need you to take her. So I'm gonna go say goodnight. We're gonna go find someone to raid real quick, and we will play more. Oops, an error. Twitch.tv. We're gonna go say hi to Ren. We're going to say hi to Taco Salad. He's an adventure game enthusiast. We're going to go raid him. Let me get my chat up. And I will go and say good night. So, raid. Woo! There's me talking. Taco Salad 77. Bam. Farewell. Woo! Oh.
See you around.
Apparently he's
PS1,
not up anymore.
Okay.
Whoops.
I need to get my PS1 functionality set up.
Anyways. Bye.